Man, that tune is fire. I really like that for the JETCARD theme song. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Welcome to the channel. Did my mic just blast you out? Hold on. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. If you want it louder, let me know, but I think I just blasted everybody's speakers out. I am super excited for today. Can you guys tell? I'm bringing the juice. I am very excited for today's flight for many reasons. Flights, I should say, multiple flights. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to cover. 3 separate entities I'm going to be covering on this particular stream. One of which is going to be a JETCARD, because we have officially, well, I'll save that for a second. One is going to be JETCARD. You may or may not have heard about it. You will hear shortly. The second thing we're talking about today is the Embraer Phenom 300E from FS Reborn. We flew this aircraft a couple times when it first came out. I was a little bit, I don't know, I'm not skeptical. I wasn't sure what to think. A light jet has some detail. It has some really good sounds. I got an update recently, which I did update. We're ready to rock and roll. I did a test flight. My opinions have changed a little bit. I do enjoy this aircraft quite a bit, and I get the question all the time, which leads us into our third entity. Which do I like better, this or the Citation Sovereign from Skyward Sim that is about to release, allegedly, soon? It's not out yet, still in early access. You've been seeing it, not early access, it's just a closed beta. You've been seeing me fly it on the channel for a little while. So people ask me, what do I like better? I'm like, well, what better way than to show the people live the 2 aircraft in their own element, okay? The best way I can describe it is we have 2 very good corporate jets here. I love the Bizz jet problem that we have, going back to the title of the video here. I love the problem we have. We got Bizz jets galore. I love it. But here's the best part. Each Bizz jet that we have out on the sim now and soon to come out, like the Sovereign, they all have a mission that they fulfill. Not very many of them are competing for the same mission set. You could throw in, maybe the Piaggio or the Starship could kind of compete with the Phenom, or you could throw like the CJ2 in X-Plane 12 would compete with the Phenom. But as far as Microsoft 2024 is concerned, you got a Citation 10, which is your big high fast go far jet. You've got the Sovereign, then you've got somewhere in between the Sovereign and this Phenom, you've got the Lear 35 and the CJ4. So they all fit different mission sets. And we're going to go over that today. So three entities that we're going to talk about. I'm going to show you here live. What I'm really curious about exploring today on the Phenom in particular is we're going to dig into this Garmin 3000 a little bit more today, because the 3000, 5000, pretty much the same unit. They're certified under different certifications, rather, the good English there. They're certified differently because of different requirements for the aircraft of their category. So the light jet category here, the Phenom is under Part 23, aka Garmin 3000. Sovereign is under 25, which is 5,000 Garmin. So they are mostly similar, but they should have a lot of the same functionality. So now that I'm a little bit more familiar with digging around the Garmin, we're going to play with the Garmins here today. I'm actually really liking this. I'm really liking this all black paint job here. It's pretty cool. And then the last thing, which was the first thing I mentioned, is JETCARD itself. You guys have seen JETCARD. You've seen me talk about JETCARD. We've been flying nothing but JETCARD. You've been asking, when am I going to start my company? When are we going to get it open? What are we going to do? Bill's Mafia, right on cue. Rip Alpha Zulu 77 Airlines from 5/30/26. Thanks for the $2 super chat. I know a lot of you were flying Alpha Zulu 77 for Bill's Mafia. Bill's Mafia is going to be our System Chief Pilot. I am happy to announce V1 Executive Charter is hiring. This is our very first flight. I have leased a Phenom 300 from Melbourne, Florida, and we are going to do a short flight here, Melbourne down to MKY, what'd I say, Marco Island? So I've been, is it Marco Island, MKY? I've been to Marco Island in real life, but I've never flown there. So I didn't know there was an airport. Is it Marco Island? Is that MKY? I should probably know where we're going. But anyway, this is our first flight together. The charter company is active. There is going to be, I know since so many of you have been asking, there's going to be some, we're going to have some SOPs. We're going to have our own I've hit up Whiskey Throttle. I'm going to have our own livery and stuff like that as well. So our call sign is Prestige. I wanted to use Vector, but somebody already used Vector just because the vote came in, V1 Executive Charter, so we're going to be VEC as our 3-letter ICAO, call sign Prestige. Shout out to Step Brothers, Prestige Worldwide, wide. We almost did Prestige Worldwide for our charter company. I thought it'd be funny, but here's the thing. We've got about half the population that watch this channel know what Prestige Worldwide is, and half the channel probably have no idea and don't care. So it's kind of like, what do I want to do? I mean, it's funny, you know, V1 Prestige Worldwide or whatever, but it's for our executive charter company, we are going to take it seriously. I'm going to take it very seriously because I really enjoy it. And I think the more seriously you take it, I think the more you're going to get out of it. Again, this is all part of the JETCARD program. The link is pinned in the comment section of this video. So without further ado, we'll talk more about JETCARD probably on our second flight. The Sovereign flight we're probably not going to do on JETCARD just because we got to be very careful with our money management here, and I got to talk to my money management team that I'm hiring right now. So we are. I'm not going to just spend a bunch of money, and the Sovereign's not even out yet. But there's a bunch of new ones in JETCARD in Wichita Falls, ready for delivery. Our first ever jet that we might purchase might be a Sovereign. So anyway, more on that later. Let's get this flight done as best and as realistic and as fun as we can make it here while enjoying the beautiful Phenom 300E. Thank you, AJ, for the $3 super chat. This is the best corporate onboarding training ever. Used to be based at a DJT. Where's that, man? So we are based. Oh, I should have showed you the headquarters. I went back and forth on this a lot. I thought about somewhere in South Florida. I thought about Scottsdale, where I was based, but we don't have any Scottsdale scenery, so I nixed that one. I thought about Texas. I love Texas, but the scenery is very mid. I don't want to be based out of somewhere where the scenery is mid. West Coast, California. I was thinking Long Beach, Santa Barbara, going back and forth, and then I finally settled on Burbank. Burbank is where we're going to be in the middle of the market for corporate travel there in Los Angeles. We've got good scenery, right? You've got good scenery in all sims for Burbank. And who that?
Good morning, Captain, and hopefully boss. I just applied. Lol.
Callie
I'm a
Simmer.
good employee and I bring lattes to work every day.
Hey,
Lol.
thank you, Callie Simmer, for the bank angle check. Yes, I will. I'm going to be going through the applications. Don't worry. I'm probably not going to be able to hire anybody while I am live, but rest assured, we will start the full hiring and vetting process here very soon. Maybe after this first leg, I'll get Steven on board and or not Steven, sorry, Bill's Mafia, and then he's going to be starting to filter through the applications. So hire me or I'm unsubscribing. That's too funny. So anyway, we settled on Burbank. I don't know how much you're actually going to fly in and out of Burbank. Maybe when we buy our own jet, you bring them home for maintenance. I'm not quite sure how far that goes, but nevertheless, we got good sceneries, good approaches, good traffic, good weather, all the way around in Burbank. So that is going to be the initial operating base for V1 Executive Charter. All right. Good morning, V1. Looking forward to the FS Expo. Captain McGee, you and me both, my man. You and me both. We're, 2 weeks out? I got some stickers made. I didn't go too crazy this time. I wasn't sure what to get. I wanted to do, all these cowboy hats and stuff. But I settled on some stickers, hand out. You can put them on your computer case. I had one to put on my yoke so you guys can see it on the yoke. Do that. Cover up this Brunner logo since I'm not sponsored. Jeez, Brunner. Anyway, yeah, I can't wait for Expo, man. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be an absolute blast. The missus is coming with me. She loves this kind of stuff. She thinks it's fun. So I think we're going to have a grand old time out there on FS Expo. Can't wait for it. What's up, Steven? I'd like to hire Prestige Worldwide for a charter for my group, the Catalina Wine Mixer. Yeah. Thank you, man, for the 48 months of support. Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Fly USMC, home base DJT, thank you for the $2 super chat, man. Maybe a next one. You can open bases in the future. Just applied liquid paper on a B incoming. Hey, flight sim guy, thank you so much for the 21 months of support. And Lolar Pilot, welcome to Private Pilot. Glad to have you on board as well. Really appreciate you. Very, very kind. We can trade stickers. V1 says V-Pilot, my missus coming as well. When are you arriving? Awesome, V-Pilot. We get in Friday. I think we get in the morning on Friday, and we're going to hang out, do some stuff. We're getting away from the kids, too. It's going to be awesome. And then I want to go to the product reveal thing from like noon to 3. That's pretty much the only thing I'm planning on doing. We'll probably set something up, you know, to hang out and stuff like that. But I'll be there Friday, Saturday. We leave early Sunday. Got to get back to the kids and the animals and things of that stuff. So anyway, is the 15% pay negotiable? Not yet. We'll see. I may have to. I'm gonna have to see. I'm gonna have to see how we can negotiate the prices. Anyway, we're going to get this thing started, because if we don't, we're going to be sitting here all day on the ramp without ever booting the aircraft up. Although this is a very short flight, 123 miles. This aircraft was in Melbourne. I leased it out of Melbourne, so I didn't want to do a long ferry flight for no reason on our first stream, since this stream is going to be comparing both aircraft. So it's really... there's a whole lot going on in this stream. We got JETCARD, we got Sovereigns, Phenoms, all that good stuff. So I'm going to try to wrangle it in here a little bit and get back to getting the aircraft flying. Just finished my 9th JETCARD flight on Friday. Thrilled. Lolar Pilot, excellent. Can't wait for you to come work for V1 Executive Charter, my man. The goal at V1 Executive Charter, so last thing I'm going to say for now, is the jets got to fly. We got to have people from all across the world so these jets can be flying almost 24 hours a day. That's what we want to do. So we're going to need to hire globally. We're going to hire strategically. And if you don't perform, you will be let go from the company. I can't wait. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. All right. I know I said we're done about JETCARD, but we actually have to do our proper briefing. So let's go to the dispatch. Here we are today, Melbourne to Mike Kilo Yankee. It's 138 nautical miles, short flight, perfect for a very light jet or a light jet aircraft. Could even do this in a turboprop, but I think this was a light jet. This was a specific jet aircraft trip. So this is us, tail number 357 Victor Echo. That's our custom tail number for our first ever leased Phenom. Block time is an hour, cruising over there at 240. We do have an alternate of Miami. Here's our routing. Funner, Diddy, Dylan. Wow, I'm surprised they let Diddy be fixed still. Diddy, Dylan, MKY, runway 35. We got 3 passengers today. 690 pounds of payload. Block fuel, we're taking 2,000 pounds, which should be plenty. It is Marco Island, this is crazy. So I've been to Marco Island in a boat with the missus before we were married a long time ago. I didn't realize that actually you could fly in over here, which is pretty cool. So the missus is from this part of Florida anyway. She's actually from Naples, Florida. So it's kind of fitting. We got clear weather. It's a beautiful day to fly all the way around. Let's check out the briefing. Why Victor Echo? Because it's V1 Executive, VE. So the 3-letter ICAO is VEC. So we're actually going to be filed as VEC 357 for V1 Executive Charter. I really wanted to use call sign Vector, but it was taken. So whoever on JETCARD has a company with the call sign Vector, slide into my DMs. Maybe we can work something out, because I think Vector would be the perfect call sign for VEC as our ICAO. It doesn't have to match, but anyway. I don't know. Prestige is kind of fun, too, because imagine, for all of you that fly on VATSIM, you can be like, just imagine hearing like 3 or 4 Prestiges coming in. Yeah, Prestige 357, Prestige 213, Prestige 356, turn left heading to, it's kind of cool. Kind of sticks out. Anyway, Ian Tanner, General Counsel. We got William Villers and Kevin Harvey is the assigned dispatcher for today's flight. Ian Tanner, the General Counsel at Atlas Bridge Capital, is traveling to Marco Island for commercial arbitration proceedings with 3 passengers. Black car has been arranged by the receiving party for ground transport upon arrival at the independent FBO. Short hop across the Florida Peninsula positions the Atlas Bridge team for what will be a multi-day legal proceedings on the Gulf Coast. All right. We got 3 passengers. That looks good. Let's take a look at the OFP here real quick. All right. I wonder if I can change this to the format. This is the standard format JETCARD gives you. I wonder if you can customize it for your company. What I really care about here when I look at the flight plan, and what you should start caring about if you're going to be into JETCARD, if you're going to be flying for my company or just your own company or whatever, always take a look at the fuel. This is what I love about these little programs. They give you just these little nuggets that you need to know how to decipher them and interpret them, because if something goes wrong, it could actually cost you. You get a divert fee, you can't complete the flight, you lose reputation, all that stuff. So plan fuel, we know it's clearing 1 million. We got plenty of extra gas. I'm not worried about this. We got 2,000 pounds total to get over to Miami. They got us 25 minutes, which that's about right. 25 minutes, 425 pounds of fuel. Not a big deal. Minimum takeoff fuel, that's our big number, 1,800, right? So we got 1,888 for mid takeoff. Short route of flight. We'll look at the weights here later. And I'm going to see how this works with the Phenom about loading weights into the Phenom again. We're going to have to take a look at that. I don't know why zoom level is not supported. Anyway, weather is good. 3,300, 10 miles, so we shouldn't have any problems. Ground operations. Let's go ahead and we'll call the JPhone. Let's go ahead and get the fuel order right now. And ground power connected. And catering. We'll get all 3 items right now while we wait. Let's see. We've already pre-filed on Iveo, and that's pretty much all we need to do right now. Airports, we're here at Melbourne. When we get there, arrival, we are parking. No operators based here, so we're just going to find the general aviation parking ramp. We don't have to worry about anywhere else to park. So looks like our flown. Yep, everything has been received. Excellent. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to leave this on the dispatch page. I'm going to close the window. I'm going to close this. Let's go ahead and get our jet ready. All right, walking up to our Phenom 300E. We'll get the nose baggage open. So again, you know how we were messing with the Sovereign, how you had I said I kind of like the clicks of all the doors. You know, it's just something different. If you don't like it, you could turn it off, right? So for instance, if this was in the Sovereign, you'd click this and then you'd have to open this and turn it, but this is just a one-click pony, which I understand the convenience of that too. All right, we've got the door open. Let's go ahead and take a look at our leading edge. This is our jet, right? This is our jet. The paint might change, although I don't know. I'm actually kind of digging a matte black. Should we go matte black paint job? Matte black with red accents? That would be kind of cool. I'm going to have to talk to Whiskey Throttle. But matte black and silver is pretty sweet looking. We'll put the vote out for the people when it's time. Let's open up the cargo, get that ready. If you let me fly the TBM, I'll join JETCARD. Hey, Zippy, TBM is supported, my man. The TBM is supported, Zippy Zapple. The 850 is supported, and they are cheap. You know what? If we get enough people and we get enough cash flow, Zippy, you can be the turboprop fleet manager. How's that sound, Zippy Zapple? I've got a spot for you. Turboprop fleet manager. You like the matte black USMC? Yeah, I really do too. Especially on the Phenom. I mean, take a look at that. That is a sweet looking jet. I'm actually kind of taken back by how much I like that matte black on the Phenom particularly. It's got the right amount of chrome here and here. You put a V1 executive logo on this puppy. All right, walk around is complete. We're going to leave the chocks on for right now. Let's go ahead and hop into the bird and let's pre-flight. Ooh, or a Learjet, Avapollo. There is a cheap Learjet for sale. I almost bought it, but I don't have pilots yet, so again, we got a lot to do today. We got a lot to do. I gotta say, you know, the screens do look really nice. The screens do look really nice. They've done a lot of work on these G3000s for the Phenom. But let's go ahead and let's see if we can actually, hold on. Where was that windsock at? This tailwind will be the death of me. Look at that, chat. I don't know. Do we got a 10-knot tailwind here? We don't want to cook our starters. All right. Let's go ahead and get the aircraft powered up. I'm going to select ground ops and let's get the GPU on and connected. We'll get the red carpet out there. We'll get the security cones out there as well for security. Now, let me see. Flight plan, import from SimBrief. Yes. Okay, so that is working. So now let's go back to ground ops. Beautiful. Okay, so it is working. Love to see that. Sometimes I just don't know if it's going to work or not, because when I did it with JETCARD the other day when I was just messing around, and something glitched out, but then I realized I needed to update the Phenom anyway, so I updated it. Everything seems to be working just as intended, although it didn't seem to put the passengers in there. A load real time. Oh, okay. Okay, look at that. I love it. Okay, cool. Excellent. I like that. They're going to do their thing. With maintenance, everything is good here, right? Everything's okay. I did fly this aircraft yesterday. Everything else looks good. All right, good. Realism, one thing I want to change is... Where is the cinematic flap opera? I like the action cameras for the flaps. However, I don't like it when I'm going into full flap mode or like other than flaps 1, because I feel like if you're a little bit behind, when you start changing views, the last thing you want to do is get taken out of the cockpit when you're hand flying, right? So I'm going to turn this flap operation off. I'll leave landing gear on for now. Okay, that all looks good. Navigraph, lighting, everything. Wear and tear is at... I tell you what, since we are operating on JETCARD now, let's knock this puppy back a little bit. Like 2x, huh? That's right. Let's knock it back a little bit. There we go, since this is our aircraft here on JETCARD. So, all right. Headphone simulation off. All right, so that is all set up and ready to go. I'll just leave you over there on the pre-flight page. Let's fire the jet up. Sounds are up. And here we go. Battery 1, battery 2. She's coming to life. This jet lives in auto. What does the action camera do? So what it does, Avapollo, if I were to select flaps 1, the camera shoots out to the flap view, and you watch the flaps deploy. I really like it, but again, after flaps 1, it gets a little bit suspect, because I kind of want to be in the cockpit when I'm deploying flaps and stuff, right? Generators, auto. Electricals coming on. Pneumatics, auto across the board. We'll go fuel pumps, auto. Windshield heat, those can all stay off. Rightmost soft key up to the overhead. Let's go ahead and get the nav lights on. Cockpit panel lights, we'll turn those up a little bit. All right, we'll arm the emergency exit lights coming down here. We're going to do some initialization here in a minute. Everything else looks good. So let's go ahead and begin cockpit initialization. Let's go ahead and run through these tests here. Happy Saturday, Blair's World. What's up? Happy Saturday, my man. Welcome on board. Just don't park that in Florida. It will melt. Dude, you're absolutely right, Steve. You're absolutely right. But, you know, Phenom and Matte Black it's one of my new favorites, I think.
Test. Okay.
Ready to execute. TAWS in progress. Does voice audio seem a little low today, guys? Dougal, I turned it down because I thought I blasted everybody when I first started. You're the first one to complain, but since you're probably one of the longest standing members of the channel, even though it doesn't reflect it in your badge, you lost your badge for like, what, a year or something? Or you had like, remember you had something going on with YouTube. So Dougal has been here from the beginning. Same with Alberto D, brother. This channel is one of my favorites to learn from. Alberto, I took a look at the mountain. Took a look at the your airport too, man. I haven't forgot about you. Just give me a little time, man. Give me a little time. I think we're going to do a Piaggio in there, Alberto. What about 650 in the company? Hey, listen. If we get enough pilots and we get enough cash flow, the options are endless. Here is the goal. The goal is to take the leaderboard by storm. There are 100 and something companies on that leaderboard that just think they own the world. But they don't know about V1 executive travel yet. So we're going to take the leaderboard by storm. Mustafa, thank you, man. Your audio sounds good. Excellent. All right, we got those thrust ratings. We're going to set... oh, shoot, go back. We're going to come back to that. Set data, we'll come back to that. Auto thrust reserve. Send data. Chris PT6. Chris PT6 is going to be my corporate. He's going to be the long haul jet chief pilot. He's going to be the mid. Let's see. So we got a light jet. We got Zippy's going to do turboprops. Vodka's going to do the Lear. Chris is going to do everything other than Lear probably. He's going to be the chief. He's going to be another chief. Make sure you apply, Chris. All right. If you don't know, Chris PT6 is the modern day Gulfstream girl. If you remember Gulfstream girl, smash the like button. All right. We're going to import the flight plan. So I'm going to go home, sim brief, and we're going to request. This is us, Melbourne. Import, ready to import. It's very similar to how you know how the Sovereign does it. But remember, you got the Sovereign does have that ACARS and CPDLC function, right? There is no departure frequency yet. There is no SID. We're just going to blast off on a heading and head on down there. So we're going to leave that as is. It's a super short flight, so let's go ahead and plan the procedures into Marco. We're going to plan RNAV 17. Is that all they got? Ooh, they got 35 and 17. Let's take a look at the JETCARD forecast real quick here. So if we go to rather down there, winds are 060 at 3. All right, 060 at 3. So that tells me we probably are going to land on 35. We can do the RNAV. Let's do the RNAV LPV 35. Oh my gosh, I don't know. Let's just do vectors. That's fine. Or Kopke. That's fine by me. We'll come back to all this. We'll just load that for now. All right. Actually, let's see if we can go charts on this page. Yeah, we can. So look, we are doing pretty good here. There is Melbourne 8 is just a vector, right? So we're not going to worry about the Melbourne 8. But let's go to MKY. Let's take a look at that approach. What a short flight like this, anything under 200 miles, you might as well set everything up now, minimums and all that good stuff. So we're going to do that right now. We said we're going to do the RNAV 35. So what I did notice is these mouse wheels, they do scroll opposite of the Sovereign. I don't know what is actually correct to the real jet, but I do know the Sovereign feels more intuitive in terms of how many times I've mouse wheeled buttons in Flight Sim World. Some of these feel backwards in the Phenom. That's really the only difference. We still got the touchpad here, which is cool. We are LPV capable, so that's actually going to be 286. So let's go back to our procedures here. We'll put in 286. We'll enter that in there. All right, excellent. That is all done. And where did we say we were going to take the? If we said Kopke, we're actually going to go from Deeds. So let's fix that. Let's go Deeds on the initial approach fix. We're going to load that. All right, so that is all set up. I like the way that looks. We'll zoom you back out, and actually we'll go to our departure airport here of Kilo MLB Melbourne. And we'll just put the airport page up, and we're gonna go 27 left most likely, and we're gonna make it daytime mode. Daytime mode, I like ya. 27 left, daytime mode. Tenured Amoeba, thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. I appreciate you. It says, just applied. You have to get a BBJ to get the cash coming in. Blue Gaming has one, and it always reserved flying. Tenured Amoeba, we're coming for Blue Games. How much does he pay you over there, Tenured Amoeba? Thank you for the $10 super chat, my man. Whatever Blue Games is paying you, raise it 1%. Leave Blue Arrow Solutions and come to mine. The competitive juices are flowing, chat. All right. Let's see. None of the planes simulate CWS? No, Tony. So, that's a great question. The CWS is implemented on the Sovereign now. It is implemented on the Sovereign in the latest dev build. They wanted to get that out before release. I'm not sure if it's going to be in the release candidate or not, but I've tested CWS already, and it's works really nice in the Sovereign. You'll see that here shortly if you stick around. It's going to be a long stream today. We got 2 flights. All right, that's all done. We'll squawk 2000 since there's no ATC online. We're going to just squawk 2000. That's in auto. All right. We're cooking with gas now. Let's continue to finish this up. We're going to be FMS 9. Excellent. Empty weight. That's all aircraft loading. We're going to sync import from MSFS, which is what we've already loaded, right? I believe. Are we done loading? Let's see. Unload instant. We're loaded up. All right, so that looks good. Fuel, sink fuel on board. We've got 2,000 pounds. That's what we needed. Taxi fuel. Let's just say we take. Let's put 100-pound taxi fuel in there. We're not going to use all that. Excellent. Next, runway Melbourne. We're going to blast off 27 left. 27 left. Weather. What's the wind say? Yep, that's what I thought. 2906. Standard flaps 1, ice off, takeoff data, accept takeoff speeds. Boom. Next. Landing. We'll keep that. We'll leave that for now. Done. Accept aircraft initialization. We're done. Magic Barrel Ref. Let's go close up shop and get out of here. Let's go ahead and close up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go. We'll pull the chocks from inside, I think, right? I can't pull them from out here. The red carpet, the GPU. I really hope that this tailwind ain't gonna... Look at the windsock. We don't have it up the pipe, so if we get a hot start, I'm gonna be upset. Alright, we'll close this hatch. Let's go. Yeah, look at the red popping. Imagine if you could put the V1 Executive Charter logo on the carpet here. Whiskey Throttle, Whiskey Throttle. I gotta hit up Whiskey Throttle. Alright. Here we go. Let's close up the cabin door. Look at that. See, that's the action camera I was talking about. That's the action action cam. But see, then you gotta like double click back in, which is fine, but you could definitely get hosed. We'll leave the chocks in for start like professional pilots, right? We'll pull the red carpet in and we'll pull the cones in. We'll leave the GPU connected. So, ready for engine start. Aye, aye, sir. Those are auto. Everything is in auto. Everything is auto. Strobe, I believe, stays off because everything else is in auto, right? This isn't... Is there another hidden... We're going to do signs. On. Those are armed. I thought there was a hidden light switch somewhere. There's not. Okay. I think it's with the start switch. Start, stop to run. We're going to start number 2 first. These are in auto. That's on. That's off. It's auto. Here we go. Starting engine 2. Action camera. Please start. Chat. We've got a good start on engine number 2. Now, since I'm afraid of a tailwind, let's start on number 1. Let's start number 1 as well with the GPU connected. Normally, I would disconnect the GPU here, but because I'm scared of a hot start, we're going to maximize power with the GPU card. Looks like we had a little bit of negative N1 there. Boom. 2 good starts. Love it. Okay, we got 2 good starts. We'll disconnect from the GPU. We're going to go hydraulics on. We're going to go auto mode here. We'll go ECS. Both. Auto. Low temp. Cool it down, please. It's hot in here. Everything looks good. We're going to go ADS probes. Auto. Windshield heating. On. Actually, we probably don't even need those on. Will it flag us? Magic Barrel Ref is set. Yoke's coming back out. No ATC online. Set our final cruise altitude. Flight level 240. That seems a little high, but we should be all right. Let's get TO. TO is set. And let's go ahead and disconnect. Disconnect. Have a great flight. Cabin comfort. Why is everybody poor? It's sad. Flaps take off. Flight control check. Having a nice roll spoilers there. Alright, we are set. Flight controls check. Flaps set. Make sure we are across the board. Trim needs to be almost fully nose down. 13 degrees. I like that. Melbourne traffic. Prestige 357. Actually, let me get the radio freaking right. What is our... Yeah, we're Prestige 357 today. That's so cool. All right, Melbourne traffic Prestige 357, text runway 27 left. Which one is winning so far? We just fired up the first one, Highball. Just fired up the first one. I'm going to sync my heading bug here real quick and spin it over to 270. All right, before we get going, I want to flip. Actually, let's just go full screen here for now, and then we'll take care of that at the taxi. Loving the sticker on the yoke. Oh, can you see it? Oh, yeah, there you go. Nice. You're making me spend money. Oh, no, I don't want to make you spend money, my man. Let's go. I didn't release the parking brake, did I? Nope. We only hire professionals. So one thing I will notice, someone asked what's the difference so far, and I don't want this stream to be like I am nitpicking, you know, one is bad or one is good. I just want to show you guys the differences that I'm discovering, and whether or not those differences are true to the real aircraft and true differences, or some aircraft or one has something simulated that the other one doesn't yet. That's for y'all to come up with. But one thing that was a big deal for me is I love the flight path vector, right? The bird. You guys, we even have an emoji for the bird. Give me the bird. In the Sovereign G5000, we are able to turn the flight path vector bird on without synthetic vision on. In the Phenom, I'm only able to get that bird with synthetic vision on. Again, I don't know if that's a 3000 versus 5000 thing, but I did find out that in PFD settings, there are a few more options available in the 5000 on the Sovereign. So that is something to note, because I do love flying with the bird. I think having the bird up all times is just a great idea, and I think you can learn a lot about your aircraft state just by, you get so much information from the bird up. You have instantaneous angle of attack. You have instantaneous reference to what is level flight versus what pitch angle you need to be at for level flight, with the cross-referencing your altitude versus your pitch or your airspeed. The bird gives you so much instantaneous information. I think it's a great tool. I'm a big bird believer. The G1000 also only has it with synthetic vision. I've SD Luke, not real life though, right? Because I remember flying G1000 real world that allowed you to turn the bird on. We used to turn the flight path vector on. We actually had a button for it. It was FPV vector. It was FPV right here. Let's hold short of 2-3. We'll get everything else set up here before we go. So, for instance, if I go PFD settings, there used to be, at least to my, like a setting here that said FPV. You know, other PFD, altitude, wind. It was like right here, like FPV, on or off. But anyway, that's how I pretty much leave mine set up. We're done with this. We can get rid of the chart, and let's go map mode. Let's go full size map settings, and let's put the radar weather. We can't put weather radar on here. So that's another thing, right? You can't overlay weather radar. We can't overlay weather radar. Oh, no, sorry, we can't. Connect radar is overlaid. Disregard. All right, we're ready. Melbourne traffic, Prestige 357, departing runway 27, give you a straight out departure, Melbourne. All right, taxi, strobe, inspections, turn that on to passenger lights. Let's go ahead and let them know we're ready. Do we have a takeoff? We don't. All right, let's go. They're only at 45% happy. That's not good. Maybe a different version. The NXI on the Cirrus I use only has it with SVT. Yeah, again, SD Luke. Yeah, I'm not trying to say you're right or I'm right and you're wrong. I could very well be wrong. I haven't flown a G1000 in over 10 years. So, but I do remember being able to turn the bird on some earlier model, just G1000s. Connect radar is like a data link. Yeah, it's better. It's like my radar, you know. It's downloaded to the jet. It's not your actual radar in the radar cone. Plenty of runway. Sink our heading bug. Let's go. Melbourne traffic prestige 357 departing 27. All right, take a listen, spool them up, enjoy the sounds.
No takeoff. Trim.
Fixed.
No takeoff.
I guess I bumped it.
Trim.
Trim's fixed. We're good. TO set. V1, a rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Flaps are coming up instantly, almost. Maybe you don't even need flaps in this thing. 400 feet, flight level change. Or it should have been 1,000 feet. Sorry, flight level change heading. We're off. I mean, good sound. I mean, I love the Boris sound set. You guys know I love Boris. But the Phenom sound set is no slouch. It has very good sounds. We should go to climb thrust. Reduce climb thrust, coming back a little bit. 88. Lower the nose for 250. I kind of want to fly a hand fly just ahead here. Prestige 357, turn left heading 240. It hand flies really nice. I do feel like I have a little bit more lateral control on the runway. I'm going to adjust my rudder sensitivity. I still need to do that, but I can tell there's been an update to the flight model from this latest update from FSR, and it's nice. It is nice. It does hand fly very nice. But just listen to those engines ripping. I mean, it's beautiful. Echo 9T did a good job here. I feel like the takeoff scenario with the config warning would be an interview question. It's a great interview question, Elena Zane. Tell me about a time that you violated an FAR, or you violated a procedure. Well, we got the no takeoff warning and continued the takeoff rule because the captain said it was the trim. But did you die? Well, he fixed the trim, so we're fine. All right, out of 10,000 feet, landing lights coming off, inspection lights are coming off. I'm going to lower the nose here. Let's come left, heading, heading 210, stand by for on course to Funner. I want to make sure my passengers are happy, so let's start serving some coffee. We're going to try to keep it real smooth here. Oh yeah, we're gonna have V1 exec checklist. Don't you worry, Zippy Zappo. Zippy, you could be my logistics. You could work in pubs. If you don't have JETCARD, you could be my pubs manager. We need a pubs manager for all our publications. I'm going all in on this company, y'all. I have never been more motivated to be a flight simmer than I am today. It's 84 in the cabin. Well, I got dual bleeds on, brother. It's the jet's fault, not mine. Who decided to paint this thing in all black? All right, autopilot's coming on. Sounds are coming back down to reasonable levels so we can hear each other thinking. Let's go ahead and go home, direct to, on course, to Funner, please. What'd I do? How did I screw that up? How do you screw up a freaking Garmin? Activate direct to Garmin, nav. And let's go ahead and turn the seatbelts off and outlets on. Can I turn half bank on, please? Golly, we're serving coffee back there. What are we doing? What are we doing? This is all about passenger comfort, all right? We spill coffee, everyone is still upset. Why is everyone so hot? It's 27. Fans on low. Chat, that's why. Fan on freaking high, please. I got a reverse click. Cool that sucker down. There goes the lattes. County Simmer. We just spilled the lattes. Out of 18,000 feet, STDs for you, me, and Zippy are set. Oh, they're really upset now. Why is everyone so upset? Why does it still say fan is on low? And someone's in the lav? Already? My fan? Is there... No, I had the cockpit fan on high. Sorry, guys. Someone's stinking up the lav back there. Alright, let's clean the cabin. How do you know... Is the cabin messy? What's going on back there? Oh my gosh, this is not the right... We need to clean the cabin, please. Elena... Bill's Mafia... Who's in charge of the cabin? Elena's going to be in charge of the cabin. No, Elena's going to be safety officer. After that bank angle, they had to go to the lab. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, we're all looking good. Alright, everything is off. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're good. Yeah, we did get the... Okay, we did get the order for the passengers on JETCARD. Alright, I'm going to call the FBO ahead of time, too. Oh, there is no FBO ahead of time, so it's already been arranged. The black car's already been arranged ahead of time. Once I get to cruise, I'm going to see if I'm going to start approving some known hirees. If I recognize your name and I've vetted you, then I'll approve you. If I don't recognize you, it's just it might have a different name or something on JETCARD, and I may have to. It might take a little minute or two. All right, we're 23 for 24. We don't have auto throttle on this, so let's keep an eye on that. I'm actually going to keep the speed back a little bit because this is such a short flight. There's some things I want to do still. So here we go. We're coming into cruise. It wants to target 310. I don't want to do 310. Let's go manual speed. Let's just bug ourselves. I tell you what, let's bug 290. Honestly, Orlando or Jack Center right now would probably slow us to 250. Crossing the panhandle with all the arrivals. Look at, we're already getting traffic.
11 o'clock.
Who the heck is at 11 o'clock high? What? No. 200 feet low, off the nose.
Monitor vertical speed.
Are you kidding me? I'm monitoring. I'm ready to take over my aircraft. Who the heck is cutting us off 1,000? It's on Iveo. Wow, this is literally flying in Florida. Prestige 357, Jack's center request, reduce speed, maintain 250 knots, please. You're disturbing all the arrivals into Orlando and South Florida, and everybody hates you, so we need to slow you down. But I don't want to go too slow, so I'm going to do about 280. Zippy, yes, I'm dead serious, man. Yeah, can we get an actual... We're going to need, like, multi-channel one, Zip. Yeah, Zip. We're going to need, like, the main, then we're going to need our boarding, all that stuff. Voice channels. Dead serious, Zippy. Alright, we're 280 on the speed. We're locked in. I gotta say, so that the FADEC, it makes it real easy. This airplane is real easy with these engines. Getting back to kind of the airplane talk here for a minute. Since we've flown the Sovereign 3 or 4 times in a row, and I've done like 2 flights off stream, somebody just flushed. The difference in feeling of how you manipulate the airplane is apparent. This, to me, feels like a light jet, which it is. It's easier to manage. You don't have an auto throttle, though, which isn't... You do have to manage your throttles, but, you know, it's not... You're not so overperforming that your things are happening bang, bang, bang. You have a little bit of time. Like, look, I just pulled it back 72.6 perfectly here, cruising at 280. The Sovereign does that, too, but there's... It's just happening a lot faster. So, the vibe of a light jet is accurately portrayed, in my opinion, from FSR. I think they did a good job here. And I don't think I appreciated that enough when we first started flying it, because I didn't really have anything to compare it to. The only other time we flew corporate was we flew the 10, you know, I don't know how many months ago, or the Lear. So, I do credit FSR for that. They did capture the vibe here pretty good. Why is everyone upset? We're in cruise. Look at that. This cabin can't cool down, though, man. Are they hungry? Give them some snacks. Shaky hands? Oh my gosh. She took the coffee, finally some surface. It smelled suspicious? Well, it's because everyone's going to the bathroom back there. That's why it smells suspicious. Alright. My Wi-Fi's off. Is that why they're upset? No, I thought the outlet. Oh. You're right, it's down here. Is this it? IFE refresh. Yep. There we go. I forgot. See? See? Alright. We're cruising. We don't have a whole long way to go, so let me hop into JETCARD here. Where do I find my application pilots? Admin. Why is hiring disabled? Oh, it got disabled. I've had so many that I can't hire anymore. Until we get more jets. Okay, don't worry. David Bills Mafia, are you, probably just name dropped you. Are you the Newark guy? Alright, the names you won't be able to do anything just yet. Oh my gosh, I've got 24 messages in the phone. This is cool. Sorry I left an upper decker in the head. Jeez, am I USMC? Thanks, brother. Well, thanks for the super chat, man. Oh yeah, we got the messages. Alright. Alright, I'm going to start approving a few of my administrative folks. Wow, you guys are speeding so. We're going to need a bigger fleet. We're going to need a bigger boat. I think my hiring has been disabled because we have so many applications right now. But right now I'm just selecting the folks that I recognize, and then Wild Bill McCroskey. Jeez. Joe Plain says I'll be the line service. Man, Flight Sim guy, he's got the highest rep of all. That's a definite accept of the application. So those of you that are applying today, once approved, feel lucky because the reputation for hiring is going to be up there. All right, I got to get back to flying the jet. Guys, I've got 34 messages. I can't go they keep popping up. So I've hired like the first page that I've recognized the names on. If you applied and I didn't hire you, don't worry. It's just maybe I don't recognize your name yet, or you're on the other 7 pages that I didn't flip to. Again, there's going to be a lot of JETCARD activity today as we get the company rolling. I'm going to get more jets leased, but we are approaching TOD. So let's go back to flying the jet because we have to maintain our reputation, right? That's our job. I can't be requiring a 75 reputation for if I only have a 40 reputation myself. So we got to do good here. We're coming up on TOD. There is let's go back to half screen. Let's go to charts here. Or sorry, not checklist. Let's go to charts. Let's go back to MKY. Haven't had enough coffee yet. MKZ. Uh-oh. No, I'm not ready yet. KMKY. Enter. Approach. 35. Platform is 2000. Let's scroll in. Let's scroll in 10. Actually, let's scroll in 2. Screw it. No ATC. We're going to go straight to 2000. And let's go to our performance. landing data. 3.5, weather, load, beautiful, beautiful, flaps full, beautiful, accept landing speeds. Alright, here comes the VNAV profile. Let's make sure VNAV is armed. VNAV path, we're on the path, 280 on the speed. I want to go to perf descent speed, but oh, that's under VNAV, isn't it? Let's just maintain 280 on the descent here. That's fine. We'll just maintain 280 for now. Bring the throttles back. Let me know if VEC needs a chief meteorologist. No, Elena Zane, I'm not dissing your rep. You're going to be the head FOQA safety officer. Definitely. You're going to be the safety officer. Any safety violations, go through Elena. So if someone's trying to get in this corporate jet world and is still on 2020, what PJ should one buy for JETCARD Prestige Ops? Well, Evan Mickey, what do we got? So I actually don't know, Evan. Is the Phenom on 2020? I don't know if this jet is on 2020 or not. If you want to light, I mean, this is, if anybody has the Phenom, you know you're safe because we already have the Phenom right now. But this is the kind of operation that I feel that this jet feels at home in. You know, you can take it 500, 700, shoot, I think, what's the range on it? You can go actually kind of far for its category of aircraft. But I feel like this jet thrives in 500 or less nautical miles, in my just personal opinion in SimWorld. I'm sure real world application is completely different, but I'm just talking here in SimWorld. So I feel like if I want to fly 500 or less nautical miles, I'm comfortable in the Phenom here. It's not only on 2024. Okay, so it is on 2020. So there you go. Is the PC-24 going to have a home at VEC? I don't know yet. I'm not in love with the idea of the default jets, other than the CJ4, which I like. But Darth Russ, don't quote me on that, because I did hear that the PC-24 received an update and it is better. I just haven't flown it yet. I'm going to have to take a look at it. Darth Rust, I'll take a look at it. But where I know I'm gonna get disappointed is we've been flying these very intricately detailed jets here, from FSR to Sovereign. Flight FX is definitely a soft spot for me. So going to a default Coronado plane, because at the end of the day, the PC-24, as good as it looks good. That's pretty much it. Like, the sounds are a miss. I don't know what the flight model is like. And it was really buggy when it first came out. So, any Vision Jets? Ooh, you know what? I don't know. Vision Jets might be a good, like, I'd have to check if the Vision Jet is in JETCARD, because that's a pretty, I bet you can get a Vision Jet for cheap, have a small fleet of Visions. If you could fly, the problem is here, we're going to have to manage, you can't just hire a bunch of airplanes and then they not be flying. Like, and certain airplanes, the more you fly them, well, not certain airplanes, most all the airplanes, the more you fly them is really, that's how they make money. Airplanes don't make money when they sit. So you can't just have a bunch of airplanes sitting around. No one wants to fly the Vision Jet because it's a Vision Jet. You're just wasting money. The Vision Jet is in. Let's see. Trust me, I have strategists on board the operation for all this stuff. So I'm going to set speed 250 as we get ready to go below 10,000 feet here. Let's go ahead and bring the power back a little bit more. VNAV on both the aircraft, the Phenom and the Sovereign, are very nice. They behave very well. They honor the constraints very well. The difference with the Phenom is you don't have an auto throttle, right? So you are in charge of the throttles in the VNAV. The Sovereign, you're almost just babysitting. A little bit more automation in the Sovereign. Vodka says, I'm going to get the payout on the current flight I'm on. Nice. All right, because you were already in flight. So did Alpha 7 Zulu shut down while people were in flight. Dude, that was so funny. Somebody said that in the Discord. I'm like, it's not funny, but it's just, you know, I don't know, the irony or just how it just, it's crazy. It shut down in flight. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know who said that in the Discord, but I chuckled. Yeah, Mickey G says Alpha 7 Zulu Zulu shut down already? Yeah, dude, it's... Mickey G is upset. He's like, what? What about my vacation? What about my sick time? It's gone, brother. Welcome to the airlines, Mickey G. We're getting you ready, baby. We're getting you ready. Welcome. Welcome to the airline world. I'm on a translant with non-existent company paying for the fuel. Well, Darth Rust, if I hire you, I think I would get the payout for that, right? Did you apply? I think if you were in flight on a mission. Fight some guy stranded in Fort Worth, send help. I will say another thing about the Phenom here. I do like the fact that it doesn't have an auto throttle. It gives you a little more to do, you know. The Sovereign, I don't want to say it gets boring, but any airplane with full automation, it's a little more boring, right? That's why I'm so drawn to the Lear, because you're always flying it. The Lear requires your attention all the time. XP72 had an engine failure in the Max 8? Really? Mr. Martini, was he up at cruise? When did his engine failure happen? We're locked in 250, getting ready to go below 10,000 feet. We've already done the descent checklist. They're happy. Why is Myra Bailey upset? She's the VIP at C2. All right, let's clean the cabin. Make everybody happy. She's accepted the snack with an air of mild disappointment. All right, well, get off my jet and go enjoy your island. A little bit of weather popping up over there. Just South Florida, being South Florida. What we are going to need to happen, though, is at some point, this jet is going to need to end up in Burbank tonight somehow. We're going to get it over there. Someone's going to fly it. All right, getting ready to go through 10,000 feet. Landing lights are coming on. Inspection light is coming on. That's our SOP here at Vector 1. Actually, I was going to do Vector 1 charter because V1, Vector 1 charter, call sign Vector. I don't know. That might be too much vectoring for me, though. All right, what I'm going to do is, actually, that might be a false slope. Well, let's go ahead and start reducing speed a little bit. Let's stay on the path, and let's select 210 knots. Possible turbulence ahead. Possible turbulence ahead. Let's go seatbelt signs on and outlets on. Power's coming back. What's your vector, Victor? It should have been V1 Bravo Sierra, call sign Vibes. Or Vibe. Vibe 357. Vibe. I don't know. Vibe is kind of cool. But BS is still for Barry Seal, Darth Rust. That's trademarked to the old Barry Seal. Event taking place at LTFM, not us, so we're looking good. All right, 8 for 2. Outside air temp is hot, so we don't need to worry about that. We're coming down on the approach. Let me move you a little bit. No, that's fine, actually. I'll zoom you in. Minimums are set 286. We're going down to 2,000. And we can actually arm the approach now. Glide path is armed. We're on the approach. Everything is armed. And I'm going to keep slowing down here. IS. Let's come down to like 160. Don't need to be screaming in here at all. One thing I did not bind is my spoiler switch. It would be cool if JETCARD does manage jets, so one tail. Floatplane guy, yeah, there's a lot coming, man. There's even more coming on the JETCARD, you know, in terms of management app and stuff further on, which there's already been some discussion of that similar. So yeah, that's very possible. So here, I didn't bind my spoiler switch. I need to bind it. Ooh, it's super aggressive. Did that piss everybody off? No, everyone's happy except the Myra Bailey chick. I don't know why. 19C is finally coming down. Let's go to fan medium. 6 for 5. You couldn't find the keybind to the spoiler switch? Yeah, I thought I used to have a workaround. I thought if you just did spoiler deploy and like it made it a toggle, it worked. But it doesn't appear to work on the Phenom. That's a point. Does anybody have the Phenom spoiler switch bound anywhere? B3 Bruner, what's up? Good morning. All right, Tajo is the initial at or above 2 thou. I think we're going to make it at 2. We'll see here. Okay, maybe Rusty says it's toggle. I think that's what you got to do. You just have to bind it to toggle. Oh wait, Igluthu, it's called auto throttle cutoff? No. Toggle spoilers, Microsoft controls. Okay, thank you, Helix Heart. That's what it is. Toggle spoilers. Yeah, you got to put it the actual toggle. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you, Igluthu. Oh, I see what you did. You just put it in the cutoff. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. Auto throttle button. Yeah, I might put it in that. I might actually do what Igluthu's don't do it in that cutoff. At or above 2 for Tajo. That's the initial. Marco Island traffic, Prestige 357, setting up for the visual 35. Any traffic in the area? Marco, please advise. I mean, I wasn't going to make any radio calls, but we had a freaking TCAS coming out of Melbourne. Like South Florida, baby. They are locked out if flaps are deployed. Yes, correct. And that is simulated, I believe, right? Because I tried to move the switch and it didn't work yesterday. All right, the switch moved, but the spoilers won't deploy. So, little intricate detail there that FSR did get right. 180 is the flap speed. We're hovering right at it. These are these the 777? They feel like 7.8. Yeah, these are 777 throttles. I don't know. I felt they looked nice and classy, you know? Well, mostly for the Sovereign. These are Blackbird control levers that I am using. I like how they have the Toga push buttons on the front side, and then I've got auto throttle buttons on this side, and then the action of the reverse on these I like for these corporate jets. All right, we are LNAVing. We are in the VNAV path, so we can set our minimum. So we'll set 286. We'll set 300 feet here in the window. 300 is set. How about jet black for a call sign? We fly all black jets. I think so. You can't use real world call signs. I think it's jet black a real call sign. Anyway, I don't know if I can even change the call sign now. I'm pretty much set on Prestige. It's a tote to the vote. I mean, 50%, almost 50% of the voters wanted V1 Prestige Worldwide, which if you understand Prestige Worldwide, you get why it's funny. It's from the movie Step Brothers. So the call sign Prestige kind of tips the hat to those that wanted Prestige Worldwide. We're going to throw the gear here, chat. Let's see. She's going to level at 15. Is she hovering right above the path queue? Is that why? Or do we got to be... We're inside the initial. I don't know why she won't grab that path queue there. Very cool, though. This was just like we split the Sovereign yesterday. I mean, I see why. The more I'm using these big garments, I see why a lot of you do enjoy them. Let's take gear down. Here's the action camera. I do like the action camera for the gear. That is very cool. Flaps 1. Speed's coming all the way back. Approach 104. Autopilot's coming off. Oh, I didn't bind it again. Gosh. That's on me. I'm going to hand flight anyway. Runway's in sight. We'll get rid of the flight directors. Yaw damp. Come away. Landing PA, please. A little bit high. We're slowing. Missed approach altitude. We'll set 2,000. Marco Island. Ah, this is cool. Maybe we should do a second leg in the Phenom. Or maybe we should lease a Sovereign. Stable by 500 is the V1 exec requirement. Stable at 500.
500.
Stable. Target plus 6. Sync 450. This is actually a cool little airport strip. Look at this. I almost want to fly this jet out of here. With the trees coming around here.
300. Minimums.
The crosswind from the right.
Minimums. Minimums.
Try not to wing strike this sucker now.
200. 100.
Oh, Chad, that was terrible landing. Oh, shoot. It doesn't float like the Sovereign. It doesn't float like the Sovereign. Shite! I got too much pressure. Too many of you watching. Hit the like button if you want to increase the landing rate average for hiring. She doesn't float. She's not a butter machine like the Sov. That is a difference. Again, I love having the differences. You see, it's actually much more stable with the rudder control here. I like this. Much more stable. Good update from FSR. Good update. We were really tippy before. Really tippy before. Good update. Alright, let's go ahead and clear the runway. It was stage fright. So I actually don't think... Yeah, we'll just park it... We'll just go over here, spin it around near the fuel truck. Let's clean it up. I feel better about my app now. Jack Sterling. Okay, you're Jack. Thank you, AJ. Appreciate the $3 super chat. V1 demoted to chief influencer. Oh, my goodness. I don't want to go off airport property. I don't know what's considered airport property at Microsoft. Actually, there's a little parking area over here. Let's go over here. Let's go right over here by these cars. Alright, let's go ahead and start shutting it down. As we roll in, that's normal. That's coming off. First class service. Right to the vehicles. Park brake is set. We can leave that on for now. Everything's up. Taxi lights off. Shut them down. Welcome to Marco Island. Let's complete the checklist here. Not checklist, but let's go ahead and get everything shut down here. Pumps are coming off. Hydraulics are coming off. Pneumatic bleeds are coming off. Electrical, those can stay on for right now. We'll get that switch off. Let's go to D-board.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
What did we say? We got a butter, 1.06. Everybody but Myra Bailey was excited. Dismayed by the dirty cabin. AJ did not do a good job here. Let's go ground ops. Get the red carpet out for them, please. And someone's out there to chalk it. And we're deplaning now. So let's go to our JETCARD. And let me go home to our flight. Our first flight with a new Phenom. Let's go ahead and complete. $700. You know what? That's actually not bad. It's actually not bad, considering it's only 130 miles or whatever. 138 miles, 36 minutes. That was a 174 according to JETCARD, all right? I know, someone didn't clean up the spilled lattes. That's not good. All right. Net payout, 776. Continue. Ladies and gentlemen, we have completed our first JETCARD flight with our company. And a Phenom 300. Let's go ahead and shut her down completely here. So we'll do this. We'll keep the batteries on just for a second. I want to come over here. Those are off. Let's go manual off. We can leave the fans over there. Everything else is done. So boom, boom.
GPWS, system failure.
System failure. All right. She's chalked. Put the covers on. Put that on. Put the pins in. Get rid of that. And that's it. Close up the door. So, oh, sorry, I left the JETCARD window up the whole time. Normally that goes off on its own. Phenom 300 flight in the books. Talk about the Phenom, my thoughts real quick before we take a small intermission here. I'll go through some, we're going to do a little intermission with JETCARD. I'm going to do some company stuff, and then we're going to fire up the Sovereign. So Phenom, my thoughts, getting back to the theme of the video, we have a BizJet problem, but it's a good problem. We've got a lot of high-quality BizJets that are hitting the market. Falcon 50 still on the horizon. The Sovereign's here real close. We got the Flight FX jets, which I love, the 750. But without doubt, right now, the Phenom is a very intricately detailed light jet that fits the role, and it feels like you're flying a light jet. We have the added, I don't want to say fluff, but the added activities and enhancements that FSR put into this bird to keep you immersed in your flight, I think is really, really well done. I think that is the highlight of the product, such as managing your passengers, the action cameras. We've talked about it before. How boring is a FADEC electric start? You do nothing. You literally hit one button, the engine starts, okay? Having the thought to do a little action camera to go out there and start the engine, you can hear it. I love that. So I think if the airplane didn't have any of that, but let's just say it was simulated the same way, but didn't have any of the extra stuff, I think you would get bored of flying a light jet around. You don't have reversers. There's not a whole lot to do because it is a highly automated. I believe this is a single pilot waiver jet, is it not? I think you can fly the single pilot. Either way, it's a very well optimized airplane for you to fly, so that just means over time you probably get bored. But what FSR did by adding the enhancements, managing the cabin, the failures, I've got to say, the failures. That's one thing that I don't know what's going to happen with, you know, with the Sovereign, if they're going to have failures in the future or not. I know they have the system modeling there. The random failures, the bird strikes. I saw Blue Game have a freaking jump scare heart attack because he took off out of Florida. I was watching it live and he had a bird strike. Unreal. Very well simulated. So I love the Phenom now. I was kind of unsure of what I thought when we first flew it, I'll be honest with you. I wasn't excited and I wasn't disappointed, but I just was kind of in the middle. But now with the latest handling update, I think it has taken that tippiness out. I do think you need to run a few curves. Let me show you what I have for my rudders, what I'm actually enjoying right now. I think this will make a difference for you. Let me show you what are my rudders called? Wind wings? No, they're crosswinds. So for the crosswinds, I do have a bit of curve on there, but with the latest update, I run it under my basic rudder profile. So actually, yeah, I used to have a custom profile, but this is actually back to the basic rudder profile, and I can show you rudder axis. That's my curve setup, and I find that's pretty good. Now, the one thing to note here, if you run the extremity dead zone like I am running, you won't be able to turn as tight on the ground. So I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I cheat sometimes, and I use my tiller if I need to make 90-degree turns. So if you don't have a tiller, the real jet doesn't have a tiller. If you don't have a tiller and you run this profile and you got to make a real tight turn, you're not going to be able to get full nose wheel steering with the extremity dead zone set here at 39. All right? Because you won't get that full nose wheel. But it really smooths out. I like doing the extremity dead zone versus the curve because it kind of just flattens the line. The only time you ever put the pedal full down in an airplane is when you're doing a rudder check or you're doing aerobatics. All right. So if you're commonly pushing your rudders more than 50%, you're doing something wrong, unless you're taxing, right? So that's it. That's kind of my review on the Embraer Phenom 300. I'm very excited for it. I like that. How do I say? I like that we have this quality of aircraft in this category of mission set. I think my personal preference, like I said, in flight, 500 miles or less, perfect jet. You won't get bored because there's a lot to do. The failures will keep you on your toes. If you find yourself getting bored, jack those failures up, jack that maintenance wear and tear up. That's going to keep you engrossed in the simulation. So overall, really solid product from FSR. I thoroughly have been enjoying the Phenom. So with that said, let's take a small little intermission, and I'm going to, you don't have to leave or not, I'm going to do some, I'm going to look at JETCARD here, and we're going to see if we're going to get a Sovereign up or not. But give me 3 or 4 minutes. I'm going to hit the lav, and we'll be back with the Sovereign flight. All right, so I'm going to throw up the Be Right Back screen. And actually, before I do that, hold on. Before I do that, Bill's Mafia is here. Let's see. Let me go. Let me pull up JETCARD again. So, I'm curious. If I go to charters, so now the problem is our jet is in. What is this called? MKY, Marco Island. Ooh, chat. Oh, that's commercial charter. We're Marco Island. Let's see. I'm going to filter by distance short for light jets. Repositions. Light jet. Turboprop. So this is the good thing. So like if you wanted to do this in a turboprop, well, you're not in MKY. The departure has got to be KMKY. Can I filter by departure? KMKY. All right. All right, there we go. And light jet. So right here is where it ends. So we could run. We got to keep the jet flying. Who's going to fly it next? Marco Island to Augusta. We could. Oh, we couldn't do that because we don't have a turboprop. Oh no, we could. Yeah. That's it. That's it right there. We can do that. We can do BFM Mobile. That pays more. That's the job that needs to get done right there. That's the job that needs to get done next. I'm gonna star that. All right, I'm gonna hop off. Let's take a quick break, and I'm gonna let's see. Yeah, give me a couple minutes, and we'll be back in a Sovereign. Oh. I keep saying this. I keep saying I'll be right back. Hold on. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Aircraft market. Aircraft market. Sovereign. The thing is, nobody has a Sovereign yet. But look at all these beautiful jets just sitting here at the bank. Or at the bank. At Wichita, Kansas. The Cessna Citation Center. Ready to go. This one's 16 mil. 16 mil. What would it cost to lease this bird? Registration available. Monthly lease, weekly 16 grand a week. 16 if we lease it for 72 a month or buy it for 16 mil. The problem with the Sovereign is no one's going to have the Sovereign. Let's look at the 10. Oh, Sovereign Plus, not Sovereign? Well, it's under the same... Ew, is it? Ooh. Guru, that's a good point. Is it not under the same... You're right. It's not under the same category. No, it is, right? I think it's the same category. I'm not going to buy new. Let me just see. I want to see what the lease 85, 19,000 weekly on a Sov. The problem with the Sovereign is if it doesn't release for 2 weeks, we just lost 40 grand because nobody's flying. But I think you can, I don't know. I think you can, let's see what the Citation 10 is. I'm just curious. I'm just looking at the market. Ooh, Falcons. Citation X. Brand new. 23 mil? I bet this thing sucks down fuel though, dude. Citation 10, 23 mil. It's only a mil more. We're going to have to buy a 10 first. I think the first jet we buy is a 10, but we only have 24 mil in the bank. That would suck us dry, so we're going to have to lease it. For now, get the 550. Who owns a 550? Do we have a 550? Look at that. The monthly lease on this bad boy? Chat. We're leasing a 10. We're leasing a 10. Should we lease a 10 right now? Who is my financial... Bizz Mafia was my financial officer. Bizz Mafia, I'm only listening to you. Can we lease a brand new Citation 10? Should I lease this one? It's in Wichita, Kansas. This is a 10 plus. We have the 10 in the... This is the 10 plus, right? The 750. This will work. Let's see. Let me go back to the market. These are all... Yeah, those are all 10, but it's that's all they have. It's the same in terms of JETCARD. Citation... Or here's the regular X's. Here's the regular X's. Here's an X Plus in excellent conditions for 15.6. That's all we got for X's. So X's in Dallas, chat, 16 mil. Oh, but it's already been tagged. 761 Alpha Charlie. Leased by Battle Eye. We need Chris PT6. He's my large jet manager. He says straight X. Okay, we're getting a straight X, and Bills says don't get new. I don't want to buy new, but the only Citation X that's not a plus, the only X's that are not pluses. Let's see. The only one that's used in excellent is an X plus. And it's in Munich. I'm not going to frickin' Munich to lease a jet, brother. So, these are all 16 mil. That's just where they're at. They're either in the Cessna Citation Center, or do we pick up the one that's tagged in Dallas? I think we're going to get new 761 Alpha Charlie. November 1, Papa Charlie? What is that, a Fed bird? How do you get November 1? Chris PT6, which one do you want? Do you want a brand new jet? You want to name it? We're gonna label it. You go pick it up in Wichita, Kansas. Ferry it. What do you think, Chris PT6? I'll get a straight X. Well, we don't need a ferry at home if there's any missions out of Wichita, Kansas. Or Sangster. That one was in Sangster. I was just wondering why it was November 1 Papa Charlie. Yeah, it's a good deal, man, right? Full detail. 58 monthly right here, dude. This is the one. All right. It's a good deal. We're doing it. Acquire. It's in Wichita, Kansas. We're going to lease. 16 mil, though? Hold on. Dude, if you don't want to buy... I don't want to buy it for 16 mil. Okay, all right. We're leasing it. Bill's Mafia Chief Operating Officer says we're leasing a 10. 26? How many weeks do you want to... How many weeks we're going to lease this bad boy? 26 at... let me do some math. Bill's Mafia, back me up on this one here. I didn't buy. I know there's a delay in stream. I didn't buy. We're leasing. Chris says we're leasing. 26, and what did we say weekly is going to be 50 or 13,000? 395. That's for only 348,000. That's a great deal, dude. For 26 weeks, yeah, we can fly the paint off that thing. Yeah, we can fly the paint off it. We're going to do 26 weeks, 6-month lease. We're going to fly the paint off of this for the next 6 months, all right? Next, our first 10. It's going to be an N number. Can you do 1? Should we do 1 VEC? Chris PT6, what's your first tail number? Chris PT6 is our large citation manager. What's our N number going to be for the first 10 in the V1 exec fleet, Chris? What's going to be our first N number? We can't use 357 because it's already painted on our Phenom. Who gets the flat first and where to? I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if there's any missions out of there we could fire it. I'm waiting for Chris to give me an N number. He's probably on his Gulfstream Wi-Fi. November 1 VC it is. Oh yeah, November 1 Victor Charlie. Available. I don't have any affirmed pilots yet, so we'll leave unassigned. We'll leave it in the home base Burbank. And I understand that. We'll confirm the lease. Chris, I'm going to assign this jet to you here in just a minute. November 1V1 Burr. Yeah, I'm not going to sign it. All right, she's in our fleet chat. So we've got 2 jets, 7 pilots on board. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. And so here's the thing. Sovereign, we're going to fly the Sovereign next. But we're not going to do Sovereign on JETCARD because I don't want to buy a Sovereign yet without the Sovereign being released yet. So I'm going to, matter of fact, oh, there we go. We got our first list of pilots. They have already been approved. Excellent. All right. Let's take a quick break, and I will see you guys in about 5-ish minutes. Oh. I'll see you guys in about 5-ish minutes. Here, let me get the snaz up. I'll reset this. Preparing second leg. I'll tell you what, let's just leave it as it was. Do that. Excellent. Give us a little intermission here. And I will be right back. You want to play? Oh, we can't play that song. It's only for the beginning of the JETCARD, my man. It's only for the beginning of the JETCARD. I'll throw up some tunes for you. Be right back. Cessna Citation Sovereign next. If I can find my music. There you go. Wait, Chris. Wait, hold on. Chris, don't leave the chat. Don't leave the chat, Chris. Hold on. I'm going to ask you something. Stand by. Chris, you ready to fly a Citation 10 down to Puerto Vallarta? All right, Chris PT6, you're assigned the Citation 10. Your first flight is, it's where it's at right now, ICT to Puerto Vallarta. I expect to see that jet flying within the hour. All right, Phenom 300 is up for travel if anyone wants to pick it up. I got a two-legger. It's a big one, though. I don't know if you guys want to do it. We got to get it back to Burbank. It's a two-legger, Marco Island, North Plata, down to Burbank. 2 legs, 38 grand. If you're in the company, knock yourself out.
On the way to being free. On the way to being free.
Hang on, filing a flight plan. Oh, this song is depressing. This is not the right vibe. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is a good vibe song. Hold on. We're not doing this on JETCARD, so I kind of want to... I want to adjust the time. Screw it. We'll leave it live time. Live time, live weather. All right, who's ready to rock and roll? Sim sounds are live. It's a good song. We'll listen to it in cruise, I promise you. All right, we are back. Why can't I hear anything? Is my sim on? Why don't I hear anything? Desktop audio is like dead. You know, I had this one other time. There we go. You just have to like go back to the menu. Have you guys ever had that? That's the Sim Update 5 thing. There's my sounds. All right, I just, you know, I'm mixing up the liveries. I want you guys to see some different liveries that are out right now, just the default one. And this particular livery, I think I was going to fly it out of Deer Valley, but I want to fly into Key West because I got the new Key West scenery and I'm not going to do a transcontinental right now. So we are at SKSP, is it Bonilla Airport? SKSP, what's the actual name of this? This is a great little airport that came out, Gustavo Rojas Pinilla Airport. And we did a Lear stream out of here. From Takeoff. Was it Takeoff Studios? Yeah, Takeoff Studios that did this airport. And he's kind enough to give me a trial copy. And it is a great little airport to fly in and out of. If you don't want to go to the full Central America area, or it depends on where you're going, if you don't want to go to Cancun, or it's kind of a little island out by itself, but it's a cool little airport. We're going to blast off out of here in the Sovereign, 700 miles. We got a longer cruise because we got a lot of JETCARD work to do in cruise. Right now, the Phenom is up for grabs. I don't know if anybody's grabbed it yet. I don't know if anybody's grabbed the Phenom. The Citation 10 is assigned to Chris PT6. He's going to do a flight in it tonight. Or hopefully he'll be able to do a flight in it. And Flight Sim Guy, Flight Sim Guy has already got the trip lined up to go to Burbank. That's going to be a lot of flying. Flight Sim Guy's already picked it, so good. We're rocking and rolling. I'm going to show you guys some more of that in cruise. But let's not get too far away from the stream. I told you, this is like the most exciting stream I've done in so long. Just so much awesomeness happening. We did our Phenom flight. I like to say, you know, I feel bad for Flight Sim Guy because I said, you know, I like flying the Phenom 500 miles or less. Flight Sim Guy is going to be repositioning our Phenom from Florida to Burbank over, you know, 1,500 miles or something, more than that. So Godspeed, Flight Sim Guy. Welcome to V1 Executive Charter. I will be scrutinizing every move that you make. I think it's pronounced Bonilla. Bonilla? Bonilla. Oh, maybe it is Alberto de Bonilla. But, so you got to see the Phenom in all her glory. 500 or less mile. I think that was a perfect flight. 138 miles. A little bit of weather. Nothing really. Just some nice clouds. Not much turbulence. Phenom handled great. Take it into Marco Island. Perfect jet. Now we're going to upscale a little bit. We're going into the Sovereign. This aircraft is soon to be released. This is a dev version. This is not the release version that you're seeing in front of me. So all things may change as usual. From what I understand, though, the release is soon. We just don't know when it's going to be, but they believe it is going to be soon. And I'm going to take you guys around the aircraft. This is a default livery, Federal Aviation, November 1. Again, I don't know why I forgot to say, but I actually saw this actual jet. They used to come park in the hangar when I was working at the flight school in Phoenix, Arizona, in Deer Valley Airport, DVT. I actually have a few pictures with this jet. I don't think it was a plus. I think it was a straight SOV. Maybe it's a plus now. I don't know. But there was a November 1 in the hangar multiple times. I don't know why it would come in. Maybe it came in for maintenance or whatnot. But the feds were down here on vacation, and now we're going to go up to Key West. All right, so let's do a little pre-flight with the Sovereign. You can see one thing I will say is the texturing on the outside, and again, I don't know if this is a release version or not, the texture on the outside is good, but it's not. The Phenom is definitely a little bit crisper around, where the door handles are and whatnot. But, at the end of the day, there's so much detail. Like these valves and gauges are actually accurate and everything to my understanding. you got to save performance somewhere because you don't want it to be too heavy on performance. But I will note that on the exterior at least, there is definitely room for improvement in the textures in the future. But it's nothing that would keep me from flying it because I do enjoy this aircraft a lot. Now you can see the multi-click spot. Double click spot here, we'll get that. Excellent. All right, and actually, I tell you what, before we pull the chocks, we'll be real pilots. We'll come around here, we'll pull that. Love the leading edge, though. The wing, where the textures are good, is the wing, and I absolutely love that. That's what you need. You need a good wing texture, because that's what I look at in cruise. We're not going to have too much cargo, but let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and open it up today. Unfortunately, this flight will not be on JETCARD, because once you own a company, I don't think I could just fly random charters for anybody else, right? I don't think I can fly a sovereign mission for anybody else. I think it's all my own company now, right? Unless there's a way to freelance it, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to ask Bill's Mafia about that. Anyway, we'll take a look here at the trailing edge of these. Everything looks good. Covers are off. The Fed bird is ready. There's something I love about this retro, like, mid-T-tail look. It's just, it kind of looks retro, you know? Oh, we forgot to plug it in. Let's go plug it in. We work for the FAA. We got to do everything ourselves here. Let's go ahead and get the ground power hooked up, please. Thank you. Excellent. You can't do random missions anymore, not that I'm complaining. Yeah, well, so the goal is, Flight Sim Guy, I'm gonna do a lot of work to try to get JETCARD up to an operation where when we have enough steady flow that everyone will have something to fly all the time, right? Let's check our oxygen. Everything is topped off in the green. Oh, I don't know if this is livery dependent because yesterday they were not topped off and we were in a different livery. I've not flown this livery before. I don't know if this is livery dependent. That's interesting. Let's pull this cover, pull that cover, pull this one. Why are we flying as the Feds? Oh, you can walk in the stairs. Okay, that's a +1. Not again. Let me turn the sim down. It's kind of loud. I like, in the Phenom, you can't walk up the stairs. Just little things like that. I mean, that's cool. You literally can walk into the cabin. That is really cool. That's like the Phoenix, you know? All right. Into the cockpit we are, and let's go ahead and get this bird fired up. I'm going to hide the yoke for a second. I got to learn where I'm at here. Standby power switch is coming on. We got our mini Garmin. It's actually kind of hot out there, isn't it? So let's just close up. We'll get the air going on the APU here. We'll get rid of that sound. All right, battery switch left, battery switch right. Let the jet come to life. I was doing a JETCARD flight last night in the Phenom and had my first bird strike while on final approach. That was fun. Oh, Rush, that is fun, man. If you are wondering, there's going to be a lot more JETCARD. I picked this route for a reason. In cruise, we're going to go over I might actually lease a few more Phenoms in cruise for those of you that are ready to fly. So I can't possibly get to all my applications right now because I think I've got over 60 applications already. So we gotta have jets for you to fly because I don't just want you to show up and not be able to fly. So I might do some more leasing in cruise. I think Phenom is pretty much a good place to start. I think a lot of people got the Phenom. Can you fly the Turbine Duke in JETCARD? The Turbine Duke, I believe you can because that is a turboprop, Dad, game time. But I don't quote me. I'm not 100% sure, my man. I'm not 100% sure. I do want to get the APU running, though, and get this cabin cooled off. So let's go APU off to on. We'll wait for the APU firelight to extinguish, and we'll start. Hello, Delta Tango. Welcome in. Spanish is my first language, but I still don't understand the grammatical rules. I hear you, Alberto D. I keep telling myself one of these years I'm going to commit to, I say learn Spanish, but to at least, you know, be able to understand some stuff in Spanish, especially being based where I'm based. APU bleed air, APU max cool on, please. All right, max cool on, please, for the APU. All right, now that we got that cooking, let's go up top here to our overhead. We're going to get our passenger safety. We're going to put those into the arm switch. We'll get the seat belts. We can leave those off for now. That's fine. There is no nav lights. They're automatic electric jet. We're going to get the initialization going after we sync up our EFBs. So let's go to Ceviche's ground. I'm sorry, flight. Fetch SimBrief OFP. That is us. We are going from SKSP up to Key West. All right. Go back to services, payload. We're going to do a SimBrief import. Now, I did notice passengers tend to disappear out of here. That has been noted by the dev, and they are actually, I think they've already fixed it, and there actually might already be an update that I might be an update behind. So again, the version I'm flying, I guarantee you, you're not going to have this version because I'm fairly confident there was actually another dev update that I didn't have time to reinstall. So if these passengers disappear, then don't worry about it. That won't happen to you. We do have we need our full payload. Now, one thing I'm going to point this out, like we're doing. I'm not trying to pit airplanes against each other here. I'm just telling you things I like, things maybe I wish one plane had the other plane didn't have. One thing that I like about the Phenom that I wish this plane could implement, and maybe the devs can look into this, I don't know how hard it would be because it's kind of just a surface value thing, but I think it adds immersion. For those of us that have quit the drug of GSX, if you remember in the Phenom, you do SimBrief import like this, and then you can just select real-time load. You notice when we did SimBrief import, it just insta-loaded it. Not the end of the world. For a lot of people, I would say I'm probably in the minority on this. Most of you probably don't care. Most of you use GSX. But I liked that part of the Phenom EFB where you can import SimBrief and then it asks you, do you want to real-time load this or insta-load it? And even if the real-time load is just, you know, you scale how many minutes times how many passengers or fuel you have, you know. It could be random. It could be a set number. I just think that'd be a cool little thing to have going on in the background while you're setting up the jet, right? So, cool. That's done. Everything else is done. We're going to set up our bird right now. So, reset initialization. Oh, no, we'll just start from the top. Weight and fuel. We're going to do this by payload. We are taking more than 6 passengers today, though. So, we are taking... Actually, I'm going to leave that on the services page. Actually, I'm going to bring up, I'll tell you what, I'm going to bring up my SimBrief flight plan on my other monitor here. So I can see the actual loading that we did. We have 11 passengers today, so 11 passengers. Oh, sorry, 10 passengers. 10 passengers full of 210 each cargo, which that should have been loaded 605. We're going to have a 0 fuel weight issue here. Yeah, 21.4. All right, takeoff, fuel on board, sync, 49, landing, 60 minutes next. Let me go back. What's weight and fuel put us at for our current weight? 21.4 plus how much fuel? 5,000. That's 26.4. We're amber. We're not red. That's going to be fine. That's going to be just fine. Okay, next. Now, SimBrief import. A little bit different than the Phenom. Here's a big difference, right? So for this, we're going to go to... Oh, I should do this. I should do some beyond ATC so you can see CPDLC as we get up there. I'll fire up beyond ATC once we get in cruise. How about that? We'll just do it this way for now. To get your flight plan, it's not on the home page like on the Phenom. You're going to go to Services, ACARS, Flight Plan Request, and this automatically linked to your SimBrief. You can see that's us here. SKSP to Key West. Request that, import that. So same process of importing, just different way of getting there. A little bit more accurate, which is kind of cool. One other thing I'm going to change here, aircraft systems, summary page. This is kind of the SOP. getting a summary page up on one screen over there. All right. So flight plan is in the box. We have no depart tours. We got plenty of time en route to set up the arrival, so I'm fine with just accepting that. It's just going to be a vector out of here. Departure runway 6. Weather, let's load this 095 at 10, so we'll have a little bit of a crosswind. Temperature, cancel. Temperature, let's go ahead and load wind. Use RAM air temperature. It was outside air temp. It's hot day, 32C. Runway is 20 feet, 7,700 feet. We got plenty of that. Takeoff config, flaps 1. Should be plenty good with flaps 1. Reverser stowed. No rolling takeoff because I think we have to back taxi on runway 6. Okay, this is what we got. 104, 106. Except we're taking off at 26.4, so we're below 27,000 pounds, which means we can get up to 450, no problem. All right, going above 450, we're going to have to be below 27. So actually, we could go to 47, but we'll stay at 45 for now. Check flaps. That's totally normal. Let's go ahead and run the tests here. Oh, I want to see a stall. There we go. Shaker 1. Shaker 2. Run both shakers. And we'll wait this to let this one play through.
Engine fire. Right engine fire. Left engine fire. Right engine fire.
Let these play through.
Left
Captain
engine
Iceland
fire.
Airways, good to see you. Welcome on board,
Right
man.
engine fire.
All right, so that is set. Smoke detect.
Baggage fire. Baggage fire.
Get the lights.
Baggage fire.
And we'll go to Annunciator and Overspeed. We'll do those. And HF1, we're going to skip ahead. You cannot skip ahead to HF1 and HF2, so we'll let those play out. We'll do a magic barrel ref. We're going to set a time to climb record. I'm going to set our top altitude at 450. Remind me when we take the runway to start a chrono. When I hit takeoff thrust, I want to set the timer, see how long it takes to get to 450. We're going to set a cruise climb profile, and we're just going to let it rip. 450 is set top altitude. Let's get our TOs up. Magic barrel ref is done. Let's do the HF2 test. While that's testing, I'm going to mess with my PFDs here. Don't mind if I hide my yoke. I'm going to go, I don't want to split this. I want to go full screen. Regular PFD for me. And I need to figure out PFD settings. Flight path marker. See this option? We have it on. It'll come on when we get airborne. That's the bird. That's a difference between the Phenom and the Sovereign. We get this option here. Again, I don't know if that's a 3,000 versus 5,000 difference. I don't know if it is or not. I'm inclined to think it's not. I would think it's pretty standard for Garmin, but it could be. But I love having the flight path marker. Of course, we have synthetic vision if you want it, but again, I don't use synthetic vision over blue water or over water unless I'm flying into terrain over the ocean. I think having blue over blue is just a recipe for a possible upset. This is standard to me, at least my eyes anyway. All right, we'll continue on with the initialization. That's pretty much it. Accepted. Let's get our charts set up here. I'm going to, actually we need to do our aux brakes. We'll turn that on. I'm going to squeeze the brakes and pull the parking brake. They've got enough juice. All right, good. We can go ahead and turn you back off. And I think we're pretty much ready to go. So let's hop outside. Let's clean up the outside of the jet and get airborne. Let's get back out here. Oh, I just locked it. Sorry. Sorry, watch your ears. This is courtesy of Boris. Oh, look, the avionics fans are spinning. Look at that. That is neat. All right, now how do I close these? There we go. Latched. Latched. Watch your ears. It's going to get kind of loud as we go around here. We'll pull the chocks now that we've got the parking brake set. Oh, oxygen test. Yep. Close it up. Ground power's already been cooled. Thank you. Telling me to slow down. He didn't like me running on the ramp. Gotta close the fuel door. All fueling has been complete. Let's pull the last set of chocks. All right, take it easy, brother. We'll see you next summer, huh? Let's get out of here, Chief. You can't. Oh, can you close the door from inside? I don't think you can. Ah, that's a bummer. All right. Got to go back to my seat. There you go. Oh, it actually saved my position. Did you see that from when I shift seat outside? That was cool. Love the hot start Challenger feel to the walk around. Nice, man. All right. So we are all buttoned up. Let's take a look at our CAS, park, brake, bus tie, fuel boost. We're going to get all that, no takeoff, shutdown. That's all normal. All right, we are pretty much ready to go. So APU bleed's got to come off for engine start, which is interesting. I think it takes like 60 seconds to move that switch. See everything got there. We'll just re-instant load that. Again, you won't have that problem, guys. That's just my current situation. Everything's been pulled. I'm going to put you on the home screen and then get rid of that. Okay, we are ready for engine start. We're going to start them up inside first, or we always do inside first. Do you want to do outside first too? Let's do outside first too. So, somebody said anti-collision lights auto, which I believe it is. Seatbelt sign is coming on. Electrics interior, we'll leave that off. Pitot-static can stay off. Fuel is in auto. Everything is in auto. Start, stop switches to run. Let's go ahead and start them up. Looking for 9%. We'll do it from inside first because it's so nice. 9%. Just run. Good start on number dos. We'll turn the sins down a little bit, and let's go ahead and turn engine number 1. We'll close that. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fuel on. Watch your ears. I don't know how loud it'll be in this mode because we're not in walk around mode. It's good. Not as good as inside or in walk-around mode. So wow, that's loud. Let me turn this down a little bit more. So I want you guys to note something, which, because you may be, if you're like me and you always go to like chase plane view for engine start, Boris purposely made walk-around mode louder, so when you're walking around, you get the true feeling of what it sounds like out there, but you won't blast your ears out when you go into chase plane view or for like takeoff or something like that. Now you can adjust those audios in the EFB. You can crank them all the way up by default, but when you get by default when you get the Sovereign, the chase plane view is going to be much lower, like 50% lower than the walk-around volume. So just keep that in mind. You might jump scare yourself like I did the first time I walked around this jet. All right, we got 2 good starts. Those are coming on. Those are coming on. APU is actually going to come off. The bleed air is off. Those are on. Everything is on auto because it's an electric jet indeed. Seatbelt signs on. That's all good. I'm going to leave the in-flight for the back off right now. So park brake, stabilizer trim, we are going to set you for... Where do you find this actual stab trim setting? I'm still looking for the sweet spot. Oh, I got to change my yoke profile to my Sovereign. To the Sov profile. Oh, yeah. I like setting it right on the fringe, like 2.5. Right on the fringe of the green arc. I like having a little requirement of there in the back pressure to get that thing to pop. So that's good. Flaps coming to position 1. That'll pop the speeds out here. You'll see that. The speeds should pop here in a second. Boris absolutely did kill the sound profile. He really did, man. It adds that I'm bringing this airplane to life sound. Like it, or feeling, I should say. All right, 190, 114, 104. Okay, that's all checked. We're flaps 1. Control lock removed. All right, I'm going to get rid of that page, and we're just going to go. We're going to go charts on this side. I actually don't. Is there a chart? There is. And chart options. What if I put you in auto? Would determine what time it is? Day. Cool. All right. We're going to runway 6. It's going to require a little bit of a back taxi. We're not on any network right now, so let's go ahead and get the brake released. If I can find it. Right there. Thank you. I need to bind that. Taxi light's coming on. Let's make a hard... Which way are we going to go? Hard right. Chris Stuper, my man, what's up? Boris is the GOAT, full stop. I hear you, Callie. Bill's Mafia, why you are here in the chat? How many Phenom 300s should we lease in cruise? We're going to be leasing jets in cruise. That way the owner of the pilots that have already joined will have jets to fly here. I'm thinking Phenom 300s, or maybe we should vote for what the most common jet is. Frost21, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream, dude. We're on the second half of our stream today. We've already done a wonderful Phenom flight, and we're experiencing these aircraft side by side. All right, let's go ahead and take the runway. Lights are coming on. Recog pulse. We're going to do them all. That is our SOP. Bill's Mafia. I've got applications up the wazoo. I think we've already got 20 pilots on the payroll. I'm going to show you guys a couple key things about how to get yourself missions too. Oh, you don't own the Sovereign? Oh, you don't own the Phenom? So you don't wait for the Sovereign? I got you. Listen to the grooves. I love that. Again, shameless plug here. Takeoff Studio, friend of the channel. This is SKSP. It's a wonderful little airport to fly in and out of. Look at this. We got a freaking moose or something on the taxiway or on the runway here. That's gonna be a problem. We could lease a bunch of Citation 10s. They're almost cheaper. We're gonna lease some more 10s. I'm surprised at the price of the 10s, Bills Mafia. Maybe we should lease a couple of those, huh? Okay, he's off the runway now. Moose on the loose. We got a moose on the loose here. You're gonna have to speak with my buddy Takeoff. But see, this airport can actually handle some pretty big jets. It's got a really long runway here, 700 feet, almost 7,800 feet. And the approach light system, that's why I almost wound the time back. I think the approach light system for 2.5 is an arrow. And it's very unique. It's the only approach light system I've seen like that before. And Takeoff had it, nailed it. There's a lot of activity going on down by the beach. There's like paragliding and stuff like that. So it's a neat little island airport. Support Takeoff. He's a friend of the channel. It's a good quality airport. He's got good quality niche airports that I really like, especially going in Central South America. Should my application be accepted, I have the 10 Phenom. We'll be getting this aircraft when it releases. Excellent. I guess I should keep that in mind. I should have a large fleet of 10s because they are default aircraft. Well, no, they're not. They're Flight FX, so yeah, that's right. I was going to say everybody has a 10, but that's not true. I think we're going to be Citation 10 heavy. We're going to be Citation 10 heavy for sure. We're going to be 10 heavy. We're going to be Sovereign heavy. And then we're going to replace all our 10s with the super inefficient Falcon 50s when they come out. Is this a comparison stream? Chris Duper? Yeah, light comparison. I wanted to fly them back to back. So the first flight was the Phenom. And one thing I've noticed, just now that we are comparing, the texturing is a little bit cleaner or crisper on the Phenom. That is definitely something that's a little bit noticeable, but not bad by any means. Maybe you guys can probably tell just by looking at streams and stuff. But the sound set on the Phenom is good, but I obviously am a little bit partial to the Boris sound sets. But the best part about comparing these two jets, Chris Duper, is that they just fit such different roles that you really don't. If you fly longer range and you want a bigger class business jet, the Phenom is not what you're looking for. You need a Sovereign. If you want to fly into smaller airports, shorter routes, then the Phenom is going to be what you want. So they don't compete with each other in that term. Look at that lineup. We're basically typed. We are basically typed. All right, we are lined up. I'm going to make this full screen here. We're going to do a heading on departure. So we're going to be heading, flight level change. Someone said the chrono. Someone said you don't need the chrono because we have the trip info. Let me look at flight plan VNAV profile. So VNAV enabled. We're going to keep it an FMS. And we're going to do... Should we do a cruise climb? The cruise climb is 250.64. We are going to climb like a frickin' Banshee. 250.64 Mach? We can't do that all the way to... There's no way you can do that all the way to 45. 6.4 Mach at 450, we're going to be falling off the backside, won't we? Let me do a pilot define. Let me do standard 290 and let's do 7.4. 290, 7.4 climb profile. 250 below 10, 290 above 10. 7.4 in the transition. Where's the chrono button? I want to set it for fun. All right. Where is the chrono button? You are on here somewhere or over here somewhere? Audio radios? Timers. Ready. All right. Sounds up. Let's do it all from up front. Spool them up. And I think the auto thrust will take over when you hit it, right? So if you hit this, TO is white. Chrono start. Advanced thrust levers, auto throttle should take over. There we go. Auto throttle's got it. Hang on. Throttle hold. There's our flight path marker. 80. V1, rotate. That thump gets me every time. I love it. Positive rate, gear up, fly with. Those sounds are spot on. Flight level change, heading, flaps up. Come left heading 0, or make it 330, we'll intercept. Alright, sounds down a little bit. Look at that beautiful blue water back there. Alright, there is 250. Don't speed on me yet. I guess I should follow the flight director. That's going to be aggressive heading. Let's make it right about here. We'll just join the course line. How about that? Nav is armed. Flight Sim Guy says 1 VC is on her way west. Excellent, brother. Excellent. I'm going to join the nav course here. Oh, it's the wrong leg, is not the correct leg is sequenced, that's why. Alright, we're accelerating to 290 out of 10,000. I'm going to get the autopilot on so we can have an accurate time to climb without me screwing this up here. Once I get this heading bug locked in, we'll just go autopilot on. Alright, autopilot's on, we're in climb. Let me resync the box here. Flight plan, let's go. Yeah, I wanted to go the other way. Direct to Leevor. Activate. Nav. We're climbing. We might have to turn on some noise canceling. This bird is loud today. It feels louder than before, doesn't it? Settings, audio. Oh. But then I don't get to hear any of my engines. All right, hold on. Let's do this. I like to hear some of my engines. Let's just turn it down. It's loud today. We went right to 290 knots at 14,000 feet. It's pretty freaking loud. All right, sync the heading bug. We're climbing at 10,000 feet. All right, that's all good. We have our Connect weather ready to go on that page. I don't see much out there for right now. Alright. Fox Gaming, welcome to Commercial Pilot, my man. You can just go Utilities, Trip Stats. Utilities, Trip Stats. Oh, it automatically has a block timer. I love it. How good is the Brunner yoke? I love it. It's game-changing. However, I would wait or go like I want to see Moza. Give me a couple weeks. I want to go to the Moza booth at Expo. I want to see what Moza's got cooking in terms of their yoke now. I've loved my Brunner, man. I mean, I've loved it to death. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, but I just think dealing with the CLS software and stuff, it does get kind of taxing. It's a little bit clunky. Moza has better software, but if it's Brunner or bus for you, you're gonna still be happy. Galley Simmer, another
I have
latte.
the Phenom citation expert will practicing a lot so as to not damage the reputation of this fine company.
Okay.
But here's a preemptive latte in case
Preemptive
I test the
latte.
struts. Lol.
She's already greasing greasing the palms of management. I love it. Callie Simmer, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 bank angle check at the latte. Well, we did spill the last latte, and that was my fault. So you get one free latte spill. Everyone gets one free latte spill. I am going to start leasing jets here as we get to cruise altitude. So once we get to cruise altitude, if you want to fly something today, if you are already a part of the company, let me go ahead and see how many pilots roster we got already. We've got 8. Let me go ahead and open up, see if I can approve a few more. Approve a few more pilotos. All right. Oh my word. Yeah, I don't even think you can apply anymore right now. More applications will be available. Alexander, recognize that name. If I don't recognize your name, don't be offended, because there's going to be I got to make sure that everyone has got some experience. I don't know who you are in terms to the stream names. We're doing a vetting process. All right, I've accepted a few more applications. That's on the next page. I still have 33 more to go. But here's the thing. As my management roles get filled up here at the company, I am going to be requiring, I can see on your application, I can see your reputation, I can see your hours, and I can see your flights. I am going to come up with a requirement of reputation, hours, and flights, because we got to have at least, Bill's Mafia, you're my assistant chief. Why don't you, what do you think would be a fair, do we want to do reputation, hours, flights? Someone has to have at least a few flights under their belts or a certain rep? What do you think? I need to promote a chief. All right, let me promote you because you're a chief. So you're going to be promoted to chief. We've already worked that out behind closed doors. And Vodka was going to be a Lear chief, so we're going to promote him as well. All right, so I got a couple of chiefs already working in the background now. Get to work, Bizz Mafia. Get to work. You're still unemployed, D-Doom. What's your name? Company name is V1 Executive Charter. Let me, let's hold the, we're going to get all in the JETCARD and cruise. Let's get this bird up here to climb, or get through the climb phase. We'll do more JETCARDing at cruise, absolutely. But I want to make sure we are monitoring, making sure everybody is being kosher, which is current VNAV profile. Oh, that's the top of descent. Oh, that's when we set that up. All right, cool. So right now, 9:15. Oh, so the difference is, though, the only thing that's airborne time. Okay, yeah, so that's from getting airborne. We're 8 minutes in. We're at 28,000 feet. We're still doing 290 knots. Can I manually change it over to Mach? Oh, it just transitioned at 28.4. Perfect. So now we're going to do 7.4 in the climb. Let's vibe out here for a minute. Let's just vibe out. Let's enjoy a little vibing. You need to declare your love for Josh Allen. Hey, Bizz Mafia, be careful. I will demote you. Don't you be saying that. Don't be saying that. Listen, I would have declared my love for Josh Allen a lot more if I had some more wins last season, all right? Kusmik, what's up? I love flying the CJ3 Plus, the Citation 10, Lear 35, and now the Phenom 300. How does the Sovereign feel compared to the other 10 beautiful jets? Thanks for the amazing BizJet content. Hey, Kusmak, excellent question. Thank you for your question. That is the main point of today's stream, since that is the title. We have a BizJet problem. The problem is we got so many beautiful jets. The best way to answer your question, how does the Sovereign feel compared to the other jets? The Sovereign feels like it fits its mission and its role in the middle of all those jets you just mentioned. Let me elaborate. Citation 10, I love that airplane so much, dude. I even, after yesterday's stream, I did a lap in the pattern in Anchorage just to remind myself, do I still love the Citation 10 as much as I do from Flight FX? It's not nearly as detailed or intricately simulated as this Sovereign, nor the Phenom 300. It does have some good systems. It has a good A to B system modeling, right? You know, A to B, you can damage the engines, which are hard to damage, but I mean, you gotta work the jet, right? But other than that, you're not tracking fluid levels. You don't have fluid level persistence. You don't have failures, right? You don't have maintenance over time. But my gosh, I love the Citation 10 so much, dude. There is something special about that flight model from Flight FX on the Citation 10. There really is. So that jet, to me, is in its own category. You're going far, you're going fast, you're a big boy jet, you want to be the king of the ramp, Citation 10. Lear 35 and CJ3. I also love the CJ3. I flew that a lot on 2020. I had the Woosel mod and all that, right? I had the Woosel mod, I had all the different sound mods. CJ3, lower, slower, but just fun to fly. Light jet category. Lear 35 is kind of above the CJ3 for me. It's a beast of an airplane. It's a lot of fun to fly. You got to work for it. The Phenom is right there with the CJ3 in terms of your mission role, right? Like you can go further with it, but I like to keep it under 500 miles. I think getting into smaller airports that aren't not even your primary, secondary, not even your secondary airports, like your tertiary airports, you know, like an airport we did on the first leg of the stream. We went into Marco Island, Florida, a beautiful little strip. It's like a perfect mission for the Phenom. This Sovereign it feels like you're in a bigger jet. You've got a lot of stuff going on, but you're still not at Citation 10 status. You're not going to cruise at 9.2 Mach at flight level, 500 in this thing. But it's got a lot going on behind the scenes that makes you feel like you kind of own it, and you almost want to take pride in that. Like you're doing the walk around, you open up every door, you can see your fluid levels, right? Your oxygen will bleed, your nitrogen inerting will bleed down. You've got to manage the lavatory waste and the water and all that stuff. That is, I mean, it kind of gives you that, this is my jet that I'm going to be taking around. And you combine that with the sounds from Boris Audio Works, I freaking love it, man. I absolutely love it. I'm in love with it. So it's got its own role. If I want to go from Jacksonville to Marco Island, I'm probably going to take the Phenom. But if I want to go from Opelika, Florida, which is Miami exec, up to PDK or Augusta, Georgia for a Masters tournament charter, I'm going to take my Sovereign. I feel like once you fly it a few flights, you're going to understand what I'm talking about. It's hitting on a niche little spot on my flight sim enjoyment scale that not a lot of add-ons hit. It's got its own little niche feeling to it. And in terms of hand flying it around in the sim, like the performance and stuff, I don't know if you saw the takeoff. It is a very powerful airplane. You have wonderful performance in this aircraft. You don't have to really worry about if you're getting it, you're going to take off out of a short strip. It's got plenty of performance to get airborne. Right now we're at, let's see, time to climb. We're airborne 14 minutes ago. We're passing 37,000 feet, and I have a higher speed climb profile. That's at 7.4 Mach. If I had it at the 6.4 Mach that it was suggested by default, we'd probably already be there. But I kind of want to push it to its limits and run it at 7.4 all the way up to 450. I want to see what she's going to do. We're still doing, look at this, 1,600 feet a minute out of the mid-30s here. So a lot of performance. She feels nimble. It does feel nimble when you fly it around. The biggest difference, other than the performance, is I actually think landing. Bills Mafia says, want me to start hiring known V1 members? Let's, Bills Mafia, let's get some more jets first. That way everybody has a fair shot to go in and pick a jet and get flying today. So I'm gonna start leasing jets, Bills, as soon as we get to cruise. We'll start doing that. But so let's just hang on briefly. Unless there's someone in Discord voice with you right now that wants to join, then sure, hire, you know, knock yourself out. But I just wouldn't go through, clicking all the names because I don't want to have 60 pilots and 10 jets and no one can fly anything, right? So, but anyway, real quick, circling back to what I was saying, the biggest difference in terms of hand feeling, let's hop outside real quick, is landing. I was very surprised about this, that I could feel such a difference, but it makes total sense when you think about it. So this airplane is it's known to float. I guess the guys that have flown it say it is a floater of a jet. You really got to fly her down into the ground. And if you look at it, you look at these huge wings, the raked winglets out there, it will settle on you when you get down below ref, but you really got to be at ref. If you're not, you're going to just keep floating. It makes it really easy to grease, which is awesome. It is a true butter machine, but you've got to make sure you're at your approach speed and at ref speed as you touch down. And it actually helps you out. We've got an angle of attack indicator here. You'll be flying a red. You'll probably be fast all the way down. And as you get into the flare, you'll see the donut come up. And if you just hold that perfect AOA, she'll settle right down nice and smooth. The Phenom, she doesn't float near as much as this bird does, in my experience. I actually found the Phenom, you get it down there, you get below ref, she kind of just goes right down into the ground. You can float it, but the difference, straight up for me, honestly, I fly the Sovereign with like 2 or 3 fingers on the yoke when I'm on final approach. I'm just making real small corrections. The Phenom, I've got a normal grip on my yoke, which I don't know if that tells you anything. The sensitivity or just the amount of correction is much less in the Sovereign. The Sovereign, just very small, gentle corrections, and it's like a butterfly. The Phenom is a little bit more like a blue jay. So that's the difference in terms of the hand feeling aspect for me flying the jet so far in the sim. And it's a fun difference. It really is, because you got to master both of them. If you know you're going to float real easy in the Sovereign, you got to know where you're going to come across the number. Are you coming across the numbers at 30 feet? You coming across at 50 feet? If you're coming across at 50 feet and you're going to float to get a butter, how long is that runway? You got to start weighing your options. The Phenom, she's a little bit easier to put right down on the markers. So it has AOA. Yes, this is an AOA right here. This is the meter, and I actually have the AOA. I've got a backup on over here. I've got this on in digital so we can see it on the whole flight. This comes on, I believe, in the landing configuration. So, but yeah, when you're flying, if you saw any of the other streams on approach, you'll see this. So you're slow, you're fast, you're on speed, right? Or, yeah. Right? Where's my Navy guy at? Does the 680 use the CFD flight model? CFD flight model. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know about I don't know. I don't know what that is. Sorry, man. I'm not a big fan of airliners either. Waiting for the citation in hopes that it isn't as performance hungry. I mentioned that on the walk around. I think that's why you will notice if you've flown. I mean, the Phoenix I think is probably the best modeled airplane we have in Microsoft 2024. So, then everything is compared to the Phoenix texture and model wise. The Phenom is above the Sovereign a little bit, just a little bit, but not on the wings. It's weird. So I think they're saving you performance around some general texturing around like it's only when you're doing the walk around though, like when you get around the doors, and it could just be livery specific too, like sometimes it's kind of hard to see where the hatch of the door is versus the fuselage. Like you don't really see that defined line, where in the Phenom you do. But what's interesting is the Phenom doesn't have the wings on the Phenom look a little bit less optimal than the Sovereign. I think the Sovereign has really good texturing on the wings and the leading edge, which is what all that matters to me, really, because that's where I do most of my flying, is either right here or back here a little bit. I have no idea what they'll charge, honestly. I mean, I saw there was that was asked on it's like on the pinned in their Discord, and it says it will be in line with other comparable products. So I'm not really sure. I mean, it's a business jet, so what are the business jet prices? What is the Flight FX cost? What's the Phenom cost? I don't know. It says it will be comparable to, so I'm not going to speculate on a price. I'm not going to speculate on a price point if I don't even know. So, when it comes out, we can talk about it. But I mean, yeah. I'll gladly pay 40-ish for it, no problem. Oh, for sure, man. 44 for 45. Joe Plains, absolutely. Going to add some Lear 45s on it? Of course, dude. Of course. You change your name to Jet Pilot so it matches here? You got it, man. It is almost JETCARD time. We're going to get to work with JETCARD. We got some planes to buy. Fox Gaming says it's worth whatever price they charge. I mean, right, obviously, instead of, something outlandish, $100, I think that'd be a little outlandish. Now, you guys will hate me for this. If this had the Honeywell Primus system, I would pay $100 for it. I'd pay $100 for it, no questions asked, if it was a straight Sovereign Primus Honeywell. JETCARD versus a pilot's life, same thing or more like Fly the Line? So I don't really know. I'm not familiar with a pilot's life or Fly the Line. JETCARD basically puts you into the world of virtual jet charter, and you can fly contract trips, earn money, build a company, or work for a company. So if that sounds familiar, then maybe. We're going to do some JETCARD talking here in a minute. So we're leveling at 450, 22 minutes. Oh, we settled there. 22 minutes from takeoff to 45,000 feet at a high Mach. That's pretty dang good, guys. That is pretty dang good. So time now is 18:48. Perfect. Got an hour and 10 minutes, or hour 20 minutes in cruise here. Another thing is what I do enjoy about the Phenom that we kind of messed with on the last flight is they had that whole like passenger, take care of your passenger stuff while you're in cruise, But here you go. So you've got vanity service, O2. Like in the Phenom, you've got simulated passengers that are actually going to be draining and filling up your lav. That is a cool little feature. It really is. But here we go. I love the home screen here. Minus 68 outside. All right. Now that we're in cruise, we got some jets by. Can it do 470? Yeah, we could do 470. But because we're below 27K, so, or we got to be below 25. I think we got to be below 25. And we took off at 26, so maybe in a little bit. All right, with that said, let me position my cameras so we can do some jet carding at the same time here. I'm going to turn this down. Oops. I'm going to try to put this in a spot where you can see what I guess I got to make the jet smaller. There we go. That's kind of cool. All right. All right. So, let's go to our fleet. Let's go back to our tunes and cruise, but let's turn them down. This is a Mickey G sign. Just a little background ambiance while we're sitting here at cruise. All right. So, also part of today's stream, I am happy to announce that we have officially launched a V1 Executive Charter VEC call sign Prestige for Prestige worldwide, wide. We have 2 aircraft right now, and we are going to get some more. We got a couple chiefs. Our current fleet of current roster is grown up to 12. And what we're going to do is get the fleet set up so we can get some more pilots on board. Now, here's the thing. Before you just apply a V1 Executive Charter, do understand that you are going to be operating in a dynamically changing environment. So I don't want to... there's not going to be any like, oh, you have to fly this many hours a week or whatever. I'm not going to do that necessarily. However, if I see that, you know, you've got no flights and a month has gone by or something, and you're just kind of being dead weight to the company, you may be dropped from this active seniority list and you can reapply at a later date. And if you reapply, there may be a stricter application process. It's a little bit of a early bird special today where we are, you know, you're getting hired on with little to no experience to get the company off the ground and get flying. But here's the thing. This company, we have one goal in mind. The mission for the company is to climb to the top of this operator leaderboard. We got a long way to go. Someone is making 32 million. They got 167 flights under their belt with 100% rep. We need to climb to the top of the leaderboard. But the narrow goal is to first and foremost dethrone Blue Arrow Executive. And then our second goal is to dethrone Alpaca Executive. So we need to be in the top 10 here in the next, I'm going to say the next month or so. We're going to be flying our butts off. So we don't make money when the airplanes sit on the ground. These airplanes need to fly. What about 401k contributions? Jesus. What are the medical benefits? Yeah, well, that'll be in your onboarding paperwork from pubs. We got who's working in pubs? I forget who's doing pubs. Is it Zippy? He's working in the publication, so he'll have that in the welcome aboard docket. All right. You fly for Blue? Hey, Brandon Petty, that's fine, my man. Just know we're coming for you. We're coming for you, buddy. So, what are they paying over? Hey, Brandon Petty, what are they paying? What are they paying over there at the Blue Games Executive? Blue Air Executive. I can't see what he's getting paid. But whatever it is, add 1%. Come fly for me, brother. 20%? Oh, jeez. All right, well, here's the thing. Blue Games had a little bit of a booster. You know, he is a partner. He did have early access, so no shots thrown at Blue. I love Blue Games. But right now, we can't afford 20% out of the gate. We need to get a healthy company. How we get a healthy company? Airplanes are moving. So, let's go ahead and get a couple more jets on the board. I'm going to actually make a poll real quick before I start leasing some jets here. I want to know what aircraft what aircraft would you fly the most? That's what I'm going to ask. What aircraft on JETCARD? So we've got the Phenom 300 is very popular. Phenom 300. I'm going to put the Sovereign. I always misspell Sovereign. S-O-V-E-R-E-I-G-N. I always leave an E out. Sovereign. Citation 10. The 10 is a really good bang for buck. Or what else were we going to bet? Time to unionize. Mr. Anderson himself, get out of here with that. We can't have a union at JETCARD. Get out of here, brother. Citation 10 or CJ4. CJ4. Oh, that's true. It doesn't really matter what you have as long as you have the market, right, Vodka? Or no, I think you have to have the because it's the actual jet. I think you actually have to have the jet, Vodka, in the company, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I know you can't see anything in the leaderboard yet. I haven't changed the screen yet. I'm making a poll. I'm just curious to see what you guys would fly the most on JETCARD. I'm just curious. All right. So anyway, any good company has a vision. That's our vision. The near-term vision, Alpaca Executive, and Blue Arrow are going down. They're going down. And then I want to see V1 Exec, the top 3 in the next 6 months. All right. So to make that happen, I'll show you guys the job board. Actually, I'll show you how to create jobs home. Oh, there's us. V1 Executive Charter, 12 pilots, Fleet of 2. We are hiring. Reputation 41. We need to get that rep up. We're striving for 100% excellence. I don't want to see anything. Light chop. Good night. Light chop. That's too funny. Must be a Delta guy. We got to get 100% rep. So let's lease this one. We're going to go full detail. Another Citation 10. And we're going to acquire, we're going to lease. 100% love the 750. Been flying that thing since day one. Dude, I absolutely love the 10, man. That's why we're going to be 10 heavy out of the gate. We're going to be 10 and Phenom heavy out of the gate. Let me look at the poll. Ooh, it's really split. The 10 has got a nice slight edge over both the Phenom and Sovereign. I know they're very popular options. So we're definitely going to be 10 heavy out of the gate. So let's get another one. We're going to do 26-month leases on this. These jets got to fly. And what was our first one? We're just going to go with November 2. Victor Charlie. Or no, Echo Charlie. Because we got November 1, November 2. So we're going to get another November 2 Echo Charlie. That's our second 10. And it's going to be Burbank. I'm going to leave it unassigned. When I leave it unassigned, if you're an active member already and you got the 10, as soon as this hits the market, you can actually pick it up and do a trip with it. But just be wary that all of these aircraft, the 10s anyway, they're only available in at the Citation Center, which is in Wichita, Kansas, ICT. So there may or may not be a lot of missions. We may have to do some ferrying around. All right, so Burbank is our primary base of operations. Confirm lease 2 Echo Charlie. I understand the payments. Confirm. All right, so we got 3 aircraft in the fleet now. If I go to my fleet, I can actually see. Can I see? Oh, this is our first bird right here. I wonder. It's not airborne now or anything, is it? I wonder if you could see it airborne. I guess you'd be able to see it on. Is it the home page? What would the live map be? Live map. Another live map. That's our bird. What's this up here? Oh, he's completing. He was in flight. Tenured Amoeba was in flight and he got hired. So I believe we're going to get his payout for that mission. So keep going. But look, we already have 1 bird on the map. Look at this. Flight Sim guy is en route from MKY to Houston. He just took it off from where we left. That is so cool. Yep, 357 is our first bird. 357 is our first bird. Alexander going to get payout too. Heathrow to LK. Excellent, dude. That's awesome. So, Phenom 300 is en route. All right, so if it is en route, we'll be able to see that. So, going back to the fleet. And actually, what you could do. So, let me show you guys real quick how you would, instead of showing you the fleet management stuff, since we got 110 available, if you are on the contract right now, or if you're on in V1 Executive, if you wanted to do a flight, let me clear this. I don't want to do that right now. Let's go back to Citation 10. It's an ICT. I'm not going to assign it to anybody so anybody could do it. What you could do is, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Bills Mafia, so if there's a pilot that wants to fly the 10 right now, what you could go to, could you pull it off of the charter and you would search ICT, KICT. So there is a couple, well, there's another ICT to Memphis. That's a light jet, so you could run a 10 on that. So you could select this trip. You would select November 2 Echo Charlie, which is our 10, and then you would run the trip. This one's going to Memphis. This one is still up. This is a good one. This is a good payout, 15. Someone needs to jump on that. Run that down to Puerto Vallarta in the 10. That'd be pretty sweet. VC and EC. Is that what you wanted? Oh, no, it's not. Did I screw that up? We've got a tail number conflict. It's okay. Every fleet has a weird tail number. Oh yeah, VC and EC. Ah. Alright, so he's got a 750. He's actually 1 Victor Charlie. Reading is hard, AJ. Alright, so whoever gets to fly EC, that's a there's a couple of trips there. There's also a way to generate a trip, right? So you could always do this. So this is how you would create a mission for yourself. So if I wanted to create a trip, like say there wasn't a good job out of Wichita, Kansas, you could go to EC, select return to base, our base is going to be Burbank. So then you can do 2-leg minimum, or you could increase the amount of legs if you want to fly a 3-leg trip, 4-leg trip, whatever. You can generate, and now you've got a 2. We'll see what else we got going. Let's go back to aircraft market. Uh-oh, what? We're kind of back. Nothing on my end. It might be a YouTube issue. YouTube issue? You might have lost me for a minute. Yeah, nothing on my end. Might have been, well, nothing on PC end or drop frames end or Wi-Fi or internet end. So I don't know what that was. All right. That option is 2 legs minimum. Yes, Bizz Mafia. Yep. Right. So I would definitely work with the, so again, the trips board is gonna be the best option for you guys to make money. I want you guys, if you can, to use the trip board, because this will actually create more money for the company. Now, my question to Bizz Mafia, or maybe Flight Sim guy, you seem to know, if I were to accept this trip right now, does that go to me as the owner, or does that generate it for the pilots on the company, in the company? Okay, Bill says yes. So I do not want to accept this trip. Right. All right, Chris has got questions. Chris, what questions? Chris, this is what you're going to do, brother. Let's see. Are you flying or not? Okay, so I'll show this again. So let me show you. So let's go. Okay, you got hired by V1 Executive Charter. Yay. You're on board. You're like, all right, where are we going to fly? So I'm going to go to, but you know, hey, V1 is buying jets today. Today is the free-for-all. He's buying Citation 10s out of the Cessna Citation Center in Wichita, Kansas. What you're going to do is you're going to go to the Trips tab under your company. This is us right here, V1 Executive Charter, call sign Prestige. You're going to go to Trips. You're going to select an aircraft that's available. This one is at 100%. It's available. And you don't want to return to origin because that's going to be out here in the middle of nowhere. We want to return to base. Burbank, California is our home base of operations for now. We got good sceneries, good approaches, good weather. It's fun to fly out there in Burbank. And then you're going to select how many legs you want to fly. If you want to fly a 3-legger, 4-legger, or just a 2-legger. And what you'll do is I'm going to re-roll. I'm going to hit generate. And now I've generated 2 trips, or 2 legs for myself, rather 2 legs. It's 1 trip, 2 legs. All right, it's going to take me down to San Antonio and then a ferry to Burbank, empty leg. Planes don't make a whole lot of money when they're ferrying, but I understand we got to get jets to home base. So you would then accept the trip, and now you're on board and flying. All right. So that he can AI ferry it for a few dollars. You can AI ferry it if you got some money too, I guess. Yeah, that's true, for a few bucks. I do have the AI ferry option on. So that's the trip generator that you're going to want to use picking up these Citation 10s out of Wichita, Kansas. All right. So when you ferry, you could drop a double flusher in the back of the Saab. Yeah. Try. We don't want to do a lot of ferries. Empty legs, which kind of waste money. Is there a way to filter flights for airports to and from airports that you bought? Yes. So you just go to charters, and let's say you bought the recently released Fort Lauderdale. Boom, type in Fort Lauderdale. These are all trips to and from. If you want specific, you could say departure. I want to leave departures Fort Lauderdale filters. There you go. Now there's all your Fort Lauderdale departure trips in JETCARD. All right? Those are all the departure trips. BBJ. How much is a BBJ? Oh, hold on. I got to go to aircraft market. And 100, dude, they're way too expensive, bro. Excellent conditioned. Where the heck is this airplane? Adu Atoll is a broker, 31 mil. Let me search for BBJ, see if that's different. Is it different? New, 90 mil. $90 mil. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of planes, but we need them to be flying. That's the thing. So we could do a 700 BBJ. What's the lease details on this? $450K a month. Very expensive. I want people to get comfortable flying some biz jets around. We're going to stick with the biz jet market right now for now. We'll get a BBJ here soon. Everyone does have the PMDG. 103,000. Let me go back to the market. Let's see what else this. So that's the 700. You do the goal is to find used excellence. There's a used good. Saipan 900. The 800 BBJ, all new, 130 mil. That's a lot of corporate jets, man. I don't know if I want to get in the BBJ business yet. I don't know if we want to get in the BBJ business just yet. Alright, so we want VC is what we want. I do want to get another Phenom 300 though, so let's get another Phenom. Alright, Phenom 300 E's. Those are the only 300Es available. There are no used 300s available, so they are all in Brazil. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do maintenance on the BBJ either. I don't want to do maintenance. Let's stick with the little biz jets for now. Who wants to start generating Sao Paulo trips in the Phenom? Let's go full detail. See, these are cheap. If we fly the paint off of these airplanes, they're going to pay for itself. So let's acquire this one. We're going to lease another Phenom. Hold on, I got to remember. What are we doing? EC or VC? VC is right. We want VC. That's what we want. I feel like the Phenom should have a different... should we do a different ICAO code? Who's going to be my Phenom fleet manager? Simulation guy. Or flight sim guy. Since you're already in the Phenom, you're my Phenom... You're going to be my Phenom fleet manager. AJ, send Gus to Brazil and we could revoke the visa. Jesus. Gus ain't getting the Phenom. Victor Echo for the Embraer? Oh, that's a great idea, actually. Victor Echo. Flight Sim Guy, what do you think about Victor Echo for Embraers and Victor Charlies for citations? So we'll have a November 1 Victor Echo, or it'd actually be a November 2 Victor Echo for the Embraer. I like that. I actually like that. All right. Someone's going to pick this up in Brazil. Leasing. 26 weeks. I like it. Next. This is going to be number 2, Victor Embraer. Next. Unassigned. Burbank's the primary base. I understand. First payment, 9 grand now. All right. Confirm. All right. The second Phenom is up. So, again, Chris PT6, why aren't you airborne yet, brother? Why are you on the ground? Get flying. Let's say you're prodigist. And you're on the seniority list at V1 Executive Charter, and you're like, okay, I want to pick up that Phenom in Brazil. So you're going to go down to your company page. You're going to go to trips. You're going to select November 2 Victor Echo. She's down here in SBSJ. We're going to do return to base, but we're going to generate trips until we have all revenue legs. So this would be a long one. Now you could ferry this, or I'm not going to talk about ferrying yet. Let's just say you want to fly 5 legs to Burbank, which is an example. Trip constraints are too high. Oh, it needs more legs. Does it need more legs? It needed a 6-leg minimum to get to base. Holy trip. Holy. Look at that trip. Look at that freaking trip. So we may want to ferry that. You could re-roll it. Say, oh, I don't want to go south. Re-roll. Let's see what a re-roll. Generate again. That's not returning to base. I don't like that. You can do... Can I ferry it, actually? Hold on. I can AI ferry. Let me just AI ferry it back to the States. I actually want to see this. Yeah. AI ferry to Burbank. How much it cost? 11 Gs? 11 Gs. She's in Burbank. Alright. Someone needs to go fly her. The first company long haul is about to take off, he says. Mickey G says, give me a day and a 6-packs and I'll get it done, boss. Mickey G, I will have rewards available for the most active and generative pilot in the I got a whole lot of ideas. Yeah. Alright, so that's ferried. Callie Simmer, you got the Phenom 300. Callie Simmer, why aren't you on that jet? That jet needs to be flying. Let me go to the live map. So that's our guy. What is Chris doing out here? He's about to take our 10. He must have ferried it to friggin' Did you ferry it to Liwei? And you're gonna go to Payne Field? He's boarding our first ever Citation 10. Of course. A friggin' Gulfstream guy has got to do a transatlantic flight on his first hop. Nothing says Gulfstream like transatlantic. Should be a tagline. All right. So we got 2 10s. All right. Let me see. Active applications. Let me see if I can get a few more hirees there. Oh, you were already there doing a charter when you heard me? Excellent. Excellent. Did you hire water? No, I'm not going to hire water yet. All right, let me go into my managerial screens here that I don't want to show necessarily. And I'm going to start accepting some more applications. Most of these are going to be applications for pilots that I recognize your name from the chats and stuff. So I got to call. I see Mickey G. Mickey G, you're in. You were right there. Swarm. Swarm has done 19 flights. Swarm, you're in. Are you in the stream today? Swarm, good to see you, brother. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Fly USMC has been around. Fly USMC, consider yourself lucky. You're on board. Welcome aboard V1 Executive Charter, sir. With 0 flight time under his belt, he is on board. Prodigious, thanks for the $5 super chat. If you pick up a BBJ, I'll make you back that money in a week, boss, if you accept my application to the company. Prodigious, my man, thanks for the $5 super chat. I think I accepted you. Double check, man. I thought for sure I already saw your name. I thought for sure. Double check. Let's see. Darth Rust, 104 flights, brother? Are you in the stream today? Darth Rust. V1 Executive Charter welcomes you aboard, sir. D-Doom, my man. He says, D-Doom's in the chat. D-Doom, 46 reputation. It's a little light, brother. Uh-oh. Cali Simmer.
Boss man, I'm busy at the virtual Starbucks getting lattes for our company FBO. By the way, where is that located at Burbank? Lol.
Oh my goodness, Cali Simmer, thank you so much for the $10 bank angle check.
Bank angle.
Any chance for a challenger in the fleet?
X-Plane, love Sim, thank you so much, man. There is definitely chance, my man. There's definitely chance. Thank you. Appreciate the bank angle checks. There is chance for a challenger, yes. I'm just trying to stick with the most popular stuff that we have in 2024. I might take a look at the Challenger fleet because I know that is a very popular option for X-Plane 12. So, and I actually know there's a lot of people on the Discord that would like a Challenger. So I will look at that in the fleet options. But I want to see these jets flying. Until these jets get flying, I'm not going to be leasing them. So that's the thing. If you want more jets, these jets need to fly. Cali Simmer, as far as where the jet's located, it'll be when you get your briefing, it'll be located there. You know what would be cool? I just had a thought real quick before I hire some more pilots. It would be really cool if we created a Phenom hangar and somebody did it on video. So you could create like the V1 executive hangar and then it's on video so everyone can create it the exact same way. You make like a tutorial how I made this hangar and we could all put that hangar in Burbank somewhere. So we all have the same hangar. We would all see the same hangar. Someone let me know if that's a good idea or not. Let me get back to the application list. D-Doom, I was going to say, a little disappointed in your reputation at 46, brother. It's okay. But you got 4 flights and 4 hours. V1 Executive Charter welcomes you aboard. You are hired. All right, moving on to the next page. I've got so many pages. I got so many of these. I'm going to start filtering by flight hours and experiences. Aaron Blinkley, I recognize that name. Aaron, you're out there in Columbus. 47 reps, 16 hours of flight time. He's got 6 flight under his belt. Welcome aboard, sir. Glad to have you on board. Jared Willis, I don't know you, but you're based in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. You've done 3 flights in 2 hours. V1 Executive Charter welcomes you aboard, man. Just because you're based in Jackson Hole. All right, my jet is turning. Let me go back to my stream here. All right. We're going to get back to that. Scott, welcome to Private Pilot. Glad to have you on board. How we looking? Man, Sovereign is sovereigning. I really want to buy a Sovereign. Now that I know that I can generate trips, I'm going to buy a Sovereign or lease one too. I'm just scared because it's not out yet, you know? It's like, I got to make the payments on it. And it's not out. Look at that island down there. Who's down there below us? Is that the Jamaica man? No, where are we at? Yeah, that's... Is that Jamaica? Where are we at? No. No, that's, that other island. Whatever it's called. You know what it's called. 15% pay is rough. When I see 15% pay is better than 10% pay. What's the standard pay? 20 is a lot. Let's get, when we buy our first jet, like actual purchase the first jet, I will increase the pay. You guys have to negotiate. Yeah, 15%. Here we go. 15% pay until we get above. Let me go back to our, you guys can see this now. Let's go back to our JETCARD again. Blue and Alpaca are paying 20. I tell you what, I'll make everybody a deal right now. The moment we go to the 11th slot, or the moment that we are above Alpaca, I will pay everybody 25%. But we got to get above them first. And if we get above every I got a better idea. Every slot above Blue and Alpaca is 1% increase in pay. Up to 30%. Allegedly. We'll see. So there you go. That's your deal. All right. Don't mind my rep. Had some issues on release. Phoenix Galaxy. No worries. And I understand that too, because I need to get that video out so you guys know how to book the trips. But I'm trying to make it's once you're part of a company, you do the trip generator. That's going to be your best way to generate the trips. That'll be your best way. Yeah, pay negotiations already. What are you guys, crazy? All right, let's take a look at the. All right, Cessna Citation 10. Carlito has it reserved. It's ready to fly. Chris PT6 looks like he's got an hour on the jet. Is he airborne? Is it running? He's still on the ground. He's starting up. He's boarding. Oh, like we're seeing orange. Mickey G. He's doing another charter at a 700. Of course you are, Mickey G. Unacceptable. But I think because I hired you, I get your payout. You must have been en route. Consider PSP. I do like PSP. Yeah. Yep. Put it in writing. Mickey G got hired mid-flight. Hey, it's better than getting fired mid-flight. This isn't what it looks like. All right, so back to our fleet of aircraft. So we got 2 10s, 2 Phenoms. Should we get another? Would we get another 10 or another Phenom? Another 10 or another Phenom, chat? What are we going for? Another 10 or another Phenom? Let's get one more 10. Let's go at least. Let's go 3. So we'll have 3 Phenoms. Let's have 3 Phenoms and, or sorry, 3 10s at least. Let's get 3 10s. So back to the market. Citation 10. They're all the same. 16 mil across the board. I mean, could lease that one for 10, but that's right. Yeah, they're all the same. Doesn't matter. Full detail. We're gonna lease 58, 13,000 a week. We should make that up no problem. This is number 3. VC for citation. Number 2 EC is the oddball. So when I flew for Spirit, we had there was 2 oddballs. 321s were 587 and 588. Every other 321 in the fleet was I forget what the end number was, but it was like 850 or 830 or no 9s. They were 900 series, but we had 2 oddballs, 587 and 588. I think one actually crashed somewhere, but they were non-sharkleted 321s. They had a weird fuel tank layout. One had a weird hydraulic layout, I think. But they were the 2 oddballs. So we do have 1 oddball already. It's just we're simulating realism here. 3 Victor Charlie is coming on board in Burbank. We're accepting. Confirm. Back to fleet. All right. We're spending money. Let's get one more. Aircraft market. We'll get one more 10s. We'll have 4 10s and 3 Phenoms. So let's get one more. And then we'll get some more leasing. So this is November 4. Yep. Number 4, Victor Charlie, confirm. I see jets on the ground, chat. I see jets on the ground. What's going on here? All right. Again, let's walk through this real quick. Hey, I just got hired. My name is Swarm3513. How do I fly a trip with this beautiful Citation 10? I'm at JETCARD. I come to my company page. I say, okay, I'm going to go to Trips option. I'm going to select this lovely Citation 10, November 4 Victor Charlie. It's in Wichita, Kansas right now. All right, I want to do, I'm feeling frisky. I want to do 3 legs today, and I want to fly out towards Burbank, which is our home base. So let's generate a trip, see what it comes up with. So we've got a 3-legger. We've got Wichita Falls to BFL, to Toronto, to Burbank. I like that. I would accept the trip and fly it. Or, you know what? I gotta pick up the kids from school today. I only got time for 2 legs. So let's re-roll a 2-legger. Oh, look at this. Oh, but wait a second. That's a ferry leg? Ah, V1 doesn't like ferrying jets because ferrying jets doesn't make money. Let me re-roll that trip. Ooh, let me re-roll that trip. Ooh, let me re-roll that trip. Hey! Look at that. We can make money on both legs. V1 will be happy. I'm going to accept the trip. And now you're off and flying. And you would work through it through the briefing page and everything that you've seen here on the channel before. So that's how you're going to want to run that. If there's a ferry leg, look, if there's a ferry leg that you really like, oh, I like I want to ferry that, is whatever. But I'm just saying, let's try to minimize the ferries if possible. You know what I'm saying? At least while we're in grind mode. So there you go. That's how you're going to get your random trip generator going. Let me take a look at where we are, because we might actually be, we are getting a little bit close up here with our Citation 10. So let me do some managerial application hirings. Remember, today is the only day, today and maybe tomorrow. We might do a special JETCARD stream tomorrow, where hiring will be based on knowledge of who you are. After this weekend, there will be hiring minimums at this company, and I'm gonna do like, we're gonna get SOPs, checklists. I'm gonna bring some stuff to Expo. My mind, when I saw this JETCARD program, guys, my mind just exploded with excitement and ideas of how we can finally build, because I've been asked forever, why don't you have a virtual airline? I just wasn't exciting to me. This is a virtual airline-ish that's exciting to me, and it's going to incorporate us here at the channel together. So like, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Trust me. And there's going to be a way for me to give back to you guys and gals who are out there flying the line, right? So, because I've got ideas. All right, let me accept some random applications here. SOPs, I'm screwed. Don't worry, they'll be in, we'll have there'll be pictures too, Mickey G. Be in pictures. All right, let's see. Jawsbone. He's got, rep of 34. Jawsbone, are you in the chat to defend yourself? I'd like to see a minimum rep of 40. A minimum rep of 40 right now. Daggum, I just say that, and my boy Benny's sitting at 39. Benny, what's up with that? Benny, because I am familiar with your name, I trust that you'll do better. Welcome aboard, V1 Executive Charter, sir. I've had so many requests. Benny, I don't think I actually accepted you. I gotta restart my
Boss,
JETCARD.
I need a job, please.
Who's that, KX? Trying to buy a way in. I love it. Thank you for the bank angle check. Appreciate you. I'm working on it. You guys have crashed my JETCARD. I got to reboot JETCARD. Mr. Anderson himself, thank you so much. Jokes aside, this is fun and really fascinating. I'm glad you think so, man. Me too. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you have control of the Sovereign. I'm rebooting JETCARD here because you guys have crashed it. Does it even say still hiring? Because I think it's disabled now. Might I interest you in my 51 rep Michael J? Well, of course, my friend. Well, of course. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I rebooted and I've got... Oh, jeez. So much more. All right, let me go here. Let's see. Benny O'Hare. Why can't I accept you anymore? I can't... Oh, there you go, Benny. I got you. It's just a little bit... It's so delayed. I might have to do this off stream. All right, there we go. Michael J. 175, 51 rep, 11 hours, and 6 flights under his belt. V1 Executive Charter welcomes you aboard. Drew Smith. I know the name. 0 flight experience. 0 flights. Minimum rep of 40. Drew Smith, consider yourself this your lucky day. Welcome aboard, sir. Chris Hawkins. I don't recognize the name from the chat, but ooh, this might be our most experienced pilot yet, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Hawkins, based out of Provo, Utah, PVU, 12 flights under his belts, 81 flight hours, a rep of 55. Chris Hawkins, welcome aboard V1 Executive Charter, sir. I'm trying to see. Oh, I don't know this name at all. But if you have a rep in the 50s, consider yourself tired. Theo Cessna, Burbank, 9 flights, 18 hours, rep of 55. Welcome aboard, sir. Let's see. I got to refresh. This thing is it's so freaking laggy. So many apps. Oh, DG. Don't recognize the JETCARD name. Maybe you're here on stream. 6 flights under his belt. 5 hours of flight time. But he's doing something right. He's at 50 rep already. DG. V1 Executive Charter welcomes you aboard, sir. Let's see. Who else we got? Ooh. Ashton. I don't want to dox names, I guess. Ashton. Columbus, Ohio. I think I recognize the name. 12 hours, 9 flights, 54 rep. Welcome aboard, sir. Crazy Flyer 175, Columbus, Ohio. My man, 8 flights, 10 hours, 52 rep. Welcome aboard. Phoenix Galaxy, are you here? My rep is 39 with 16 hours. He is. Phoenix Galaxy, explain yourself while your rep is in the 30s, my man. 6 flights, 13 hours. I want to welcome you aboard. 39 rep. You need to be, if you're below 40 rep, you got to be here to defend yourself. Muscle Man, he's got 37 rep with no flights and no hours. I don't know who you pissed off, brother. I have to wait for your defense here. Are you in the chat? 6 takeoffs and 13 landings. At least it's not 13 takeoffs and 6 landings. Phoenix Galaxy sister, I played right after release, but had some client crashes before they patched and caused trip failures. Phoenix Galaxy, that seems plausible. V1 Executive Charter welcomes you aboard, sir. All right, how many pilots are we at now? We're up to 31 pilots. Let me take a look at my fleet. Ooh, Prodigist has picked up a Citation 10. I still have 110 and 1 Phenom sitting on the ground. Unacceptable. I need those jets airborne. Mickey G, I believe I will. I don't share my admin screen. Let me get a few more hires in. Who's active here in the chat that wants to fly right now? If you're active in the chat right now and you want to fly today, let me know your name, because I want to hire you. I want to get these jets flying. I want these jets flying 24/7 this weekend. Once we get to the week, I understand. Float plane guy here. He wants to fly. Let's see. Where's float plane guy? I got to sort 40 pages here. Float plane guy, 42 rep, 12 flights, 7 hours. Welcome aboard, sir. V1 Executive Charter is happy to have you. Jaffa wants to fly. Wait, Jaffa, are you the one that has 0 flights and 37 rep? Where'd you go? All the planes are gone. That is an excellent problem to have. All the planes are gone? They are. Look at that. Look at that. See? All right, let's buy some more planes. Let's go into plane buying mode. What do you guys want? I think we need, let's see. So we got 4. Let's get another Phenom. Let's get a couple more Phenoms because that people like the Phenoms. So let's go to the market. Let's go ahead and get Phenom. 300. Oop, space 300. Well, we got to start down here soon. SBSJ. I will ferry them to Burbank unless one of you wants them in Brazil, which I don't know why. I think when you lease, though. Let's get some more Phenoms because they are cheap. I like the cheaper Phenom. Oh, which one are we at? How many Phenoms do we have? Crap. I don't want to mess this up. Hold on. We only have 2 Phenoms. Oh, yeah, we need more. So we need number 3 Victor Echo. We need 3 Victor Echo. Victor Echo is available. Burbank. Boom. I understand. Confirm lease. Yeah, we need light. We will need a light jet. Vodka, you're the light jet manager. What about the light jet category, Vodka? What's a good light jet that we have? Let me get 2 more Phenoms. Let me get 2 more Phenoms. Bill's or Vodka, can the pilot ferry them themselves, or do I have to ferry them? So we're going to acquire, lease, next, November 4, Victor Echo for Embraer. Confirm lease. Is the CJ4 considered a light jet? I know, but it's to open up that category, Vodka, right? It's to open up that category. Oh, Michael J., I already talked to Whiskey Throttle for sure. Best light jet, CJ4 or Learjet. What about Learjet 35, Vodka? Is the Lear 35 a light jet? Or is that above? I do like the CJ4. All right, 2 more aircraft in the fleet are ready for tasking. And then I'll tell you what, I'm going to AI ferry to Burbank. 11 grand. I'll position that in Burbank. I'll leave one down there in case someone wants to pick that one up. We probably have to finish the flight. I've got to do more JETCARD work ourselves, but we also have to finish. We actually have to set up our actual flight here. So let's do a little bit of work. CJ4 longitude and 24 for the add-ons? Perhaps, D-Doom. Yeah, I was thinking about that. All right, destination Key West. Let's go to the home page first and utilities. No, I want an ATC data link. I wanted to, how do I get to ACARS, services, ACARS, ATIS. I don't think, does Key West have digital ATIS? I don't know if Key West has digital ATIS. Yeah, there is no There's no data for Key West. Okay, so what we can do is load it from the sim, perhaps, right? So let's go home page, flight plan, procedures, approach. Oh no, home page, performance, landing, weather, METAR data, 186 at 5. Okay, so we want to land on, land what, west? No, east, runway 9er. Alright, so let's go home, flight plan, procedures, approach, RNAV 9, LPV, vectors, or jets. Let me load jets. I don't know, charts. What'd I do there? Why do I have checklists up here? Oh. I don't want that. There we go. Key West, K-E-Y-W. There we go. Runway 9er, approach, 9er. We want it off of Vano, actually. So flight plan, procedures, approach, VAND is what we want. The minimum LPV is 253. We'll enter that in there. We'll load that. And that actually looks pretty good. Alright, so I'm going to leave those up like that. Flight path vector is on. Key West, do we have a TD published? We don't. Let's make some hard altitudes in here. Let's make, they normally make ICBICs at like, we're going to be high. Let's make ICBICs at 12,000. That moved our TOD over here. Alright, cool. ICBICs at 12. Good, that'll set us up just fine. Alright, ICBICs at 12. I'm going to set 12,000. VNAV path is armed. The frickin' 10 is just a vibe, dude. Will you create a livery? Yes, I am. I'm talking. I sent a message to Whiskey before we went live, but you could imagine it's been a very busy day here. Been a very busy day. Been live since what, 11? It's 2 o'clock. How long? This is a long stream. Yeah. So. Hold on. The missus is asking me here. We got stuff to do. I got to do some flooring. Vodka. Can you buy jets as chief pilot yourselves? I'm not authorizing any buying, but can you buy it, or is it only the owner? I think the Challenger for a large jet is a good idea because a lot of people fly the Challenger. Only owner? Okay. I gotta text the wife here. What is our landing time? So right now we are landing at 2014Z. Time now is 1948, so that's just about half hour. Say 40 minutes or so will be done. All right. Had to take care of some. I got so caught up in all the excitement we've had today. Are there any other questions for the Sovereign? Does anyone else want to see anything about the Sovereign, or you guys seen everything you want to see? I know if you've been on these streams for a while, you've probably heard me answer the same question multiple times, and I do apologize for that. But that is part of the job here for me. Is part of what I do is people come in at different times. They want to see different things. The lavatory is incredible. I almost don't want to mess with it too much more because I want you guys, if you haven't seen this lavatory operation, I have PTSD. You can play around with the lavatory yourselves. But it is a wonderful laboratory. We also need a base in the EU. No bases in the EU yet. Too expensive. How does it compare to the Phenom? Bills, please tell me you're kidding. Are you kidding, brother? Or are you like, for real? I've explained it a couple times. What do you mean, how does it compare? I'll run a base in Dublin. That would be good. McAllen, welcome to Private Pilot. Glad to have you on board, my man. Dublin would be a good option. But what is the benefit? Is there actually a benefit? So for my CFO, my Chief Financial Officer, Bill's Mafia, what is the benefit of another base, if there is one? That's, I guess, my question for the... All right, let me take a look at my fleet. Let's see. Well, that one Phenom and SBSJ does not want to be flown, so I guess I'll ferry that to Burbank as well. I will ferry that other Phenom to Burbank. She's in Burbank now. Just a different yeah, I can see that. All right, maybe we should we need to open up the category, right? For another... Get a citation, another 10? We need another 10? I guess we do need another 10. Let me go to the fleet. Citation 10. How many do we need? Which one are we at now? We have how many 10s? 1, 2, 3, 4. We need number 5. We need 5 Victor Charlie. All right, another Citation 10 has joined the fleet. 5EC, let's take a look at our live flight map. Let's see if we can see our... Oh, we have pilots around the globe. I didn't realize so many of you were airborne when I got hired. Darth Rust, he was airborne. Oh, somebody out over Saudi Arabia. Benny. He's in a 7-3. I think we are going to need a BBJ, aren't we? There's a 10 out there going, oh, that's Alexander. Look at this. The first one, the first Citation 10 for V1 Exec Charter is airborne out of Lee Wahey, headed to Payne Field. Going Trans-Pacific. We got a Burbank. Ooh, Burbank Scottsdale run. Excellent. We got... Crazy Flyer, he was en route when we hired him. Ooh. Kate O is taking a Citation 10 to Aspen. Do not ball that airplane up, please. Do not ball up my 10. And Mickey G is, look at him, he's going to Oak City. He can't get away from Oklahoma. He misses it so much. Mickey G. All right, let me take a look at the fleet. One Phenom. Man, the 10s go quick. Let's get one more 10. Number 6. The 10s are going quick. 10s are going quick. 6, Victor Charlie for citation. Boom. All right. Another 10 is available for operation. When that Phenom gets released, I'd hire that. Oh, number 6 is out. We've got 4 Phenoms, 6 10s. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Balling up an airplane is automatic firing from the company. Can you sue in JETCARD? All right, we're on our descent. Vertical track. Vibe out here as we go over Cuba. Really calm day over Cuba. Normally, when you fly over Cuba, you get a lot of thunderstorms. Just a heads up, we're 3-to-1 pilots to aircraft. Is that a good ratio or not, Flight Sim guy? What is that? Is that? Do we need to? What do we? 3-to-1. That's actually pretty good, right? In case someone calls out sick. Application sent, says McAllen. Let me do one last spree of hiring. What's the ratio you want to run, Flight Sim guy? I'm thinking 3-to-1 because they're 2 crew, but they're not 2 crew. Ooh, that 10 has already got sucked up. Let me do a last round of quick hires here. Let's see what we got. McAllen. 0 flights. 0 hours. Rep of 40. Today is your lucky day. Welcome aboard, sir. Let's see if there's any 51 rep. Oh, there's a 51 rep. DM. 12 flights. 7 hours. 7 flights, 12 hours, 51 rep. V1 exec charter, welcome aboard. Oh my gosh, Lolar pilot, 59 rep, 10 flights, 26 hours. Welcome aboard. See, now I'm getting so. Oh my goodness me. Ladies and gentlemen, we have found our highest ranked pilot. I'm going to show this one. I can show this screen here. Our highest rank pilot here. Adam Campbell. 14 flights. 31 hours. 61 rep. V1 Executive Charter is proud to have you. Welcome aboard, sir. Had to show that one. 61 rep in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Water, my man, what's up? We do have a company, my man. Yeah, Flight Sim guy. Let's see how it runs. Man, the 10. I tell you what, I'm gonna get one more 10 just because the 10s are being sucked up. There's still a Phenom available unless someone sucked it up. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get one more 10. And listen, I love the freaking Citation 10, guys. Trust me. The Citation 10 is so much fun to fly. All right, so we're going to lease the 10. And the 10 is in X-Plane, too, so that is good. November 7. We'll end it there. It's November 7, Victor Charlie. Confirm lease. November 7, Victor Charlie has been added to the fleet. And I did say we would be 10 heavy. I didn't, and I totally forgot. The 10 is default in X-Plane 12, so that's excellent. What we're going to have to do is probably watch how the fleet is run over the next 24. Well, it's going to be really skewed, Flight Sim guy, because I want to get. There's a lot of. Right now, I'm really going to start looking at hiring based on rep and a little bit of experience, because I want people with experience to be the first ones on board, if I can, until I can get my video out. Like, I want to make a quick little tutorial video on what to do when you get hired to make it the most enjoyable experience for everybody. So I don't want to be super plane heavy, because those bills are going to rack up fast. How many, where's my CFO, Bill's Mafia? Or, I don't know, water. You're good with numbers, right? Water, you're going to be the CFO. You're going to be the chief financial officer. Bill's Mafia is the system chief pilot. Water, you're the chief financial guy. I need you to figure out how much money we're spending a week on leases. I've got 7 leases at... will it show me financials? It might actually show me. Okay, yeah, it will. I have a total weekly cost of 150 grand. All right, we have 11 active leases. So we have $150,000 in leases a week. So I want these jets flying, baby. I have 14,000 hours. I hope that can help. It will, man. It will. Oh, I gotta bring my camera back up here. I really, man, when the Sovereign drops, we're gonna be Sovereign head. We're gonna get a lot of Sovereigns too. I love the Sov. We've got such good diversity in our business jet market now. This is the best business jet problem to have, guys, in this sim. I vote Vodka for chief pilot. He's going to be the Lear chief. He didn't... I tested his commitment. I tested his commitment, Water. He didn't want to leave his flight mid-flight to join my company. So I had to... Bill's Mafia frickin' disbanded his company while he had everybody in flight to join V1 Executive Charter. So the system chief role went to Bill's Mafia. I mean, he friggin' just disbanded his, I mean, he's like a real world CEO. He's just like Dave Davis and Ted Christie, you know, circa Spirit Airlines. Oh, yeah, we do need a Lear 35. Phoenix Galaxy says, I dissolved my company to join you. My man, welcome aboard. I opened my jet card and I was fired. Hey, Water, at least you weren't airborne. Mickey G was airborne when his company went out of business, and then he got rehired before he landed. Josbone, we all dissolved for you, boss. I know. There's a lot. There's stories like that. I know. And listen. I'm very excited, guys. I'm very excited. This will be. I've said it a lot. I said, oh, we're gonna have, you know, if I had $1 for every time I said we're gonna do X thing weekly or monthly, I'd have quite a few dollars by now. This, I guarantee, will be either multi-times weekly, or at least weekly. You know, like, we're gonna be doing some JETCARD flying at the minimum weekly, because I mean, obviously, if I'm working, I'm gone for, 7 days. That's not going to help. But when I do stream, we are going to try to get in some JETCARD flying. And I've got big plans. This is just the opening day. We're going to get organized. We're going to have a whole Discord section. We're going to have a checklist. I'm going to try to actually get some limited edition checklists. Because somebody mentioned this. I think Zippy mentioned it. But I was already thinking of having a specific, like, V1 checklist for a couple different airplanes, and I'm going to make just a couple of them, and I'm going to bring them to Expo and hand them out. But I have the, right now it's just sitting in prototype mode, and now I kind of want to change the whole thing and tailor it towards our JETCARD company. So I'm going to try real hard. No promises yet, but at the very least, I'm going to try to get some of that set up for us. November 3, Victor Charlie is off from Wichita Delivery Center. Hey, Kate XO going to Aspen. I love it. Love to see it. Ashton is up out of Burbank in the Phenom off to Scottsdale for my first flight for the company. Sweet. Guys, the entire fleet is in flight. Hold on. This is cool. Let me go to my live map. Look at the orange. And you guys can see this too on JETCARD. If you're JETCARD. Our entire fleet is airborne right now. There was our first Citation 10. We've got another 10 going to Aspen, Colorado. We've got someone leaving Burbank. Our first Phenom flight is en route to Houston right now. Flight's and guys he's probably just getting ready to start his descent. He's coming over the MSY. Freaking love it, man. We were supposed to cross ICBIX at 12,000. And it doesn't appear that she wanted to do that, did she? Oh, why'd we cross 10,000 feet high there? Did I not make it a hard altitude? Oh, shoot. Let's just activate approach and go towards van, please. Now we're going to be high. Yeah, I knew we were going to be high. That's what happens when you're flying around. What we're going to do, we're going to go flight level change. 250. Get down, please. Oh, we could throw it in a hold. I haven't tried any Garmin holding. We were supposed to cross ICBIX at 12. The sucker just ignored it. That's all right. We're the feds. Since we've been flying at midday all day, let's have a little fun. Let's give ourselves a nice cinematic. Oh, chat. What do we do? Oh, that screwed up the TAWS because it's linked to like real geographical time. Maybe, I don't know. That doesn't make sense. But GPS, it lost the GPS signal. Whoa. Okay. Note to self. Don't jack with the time when you're in the Sovereign. Don't jack with the time when you're in the Sovereign, guys. All right, we caught the V path. We're looking good. You love this livery? Yeah, I like this livery too, man. It's I gotta find it. I have pictures of this aircraft in the hangar that I was working at the flight school for. Oh, this is a cool shot here with the engine kind of lit up in the back. Shouldn't the owner be the rated #1 pilot? It should, Swarm. It should. I have my last freelance airliner trip of my 4-leg trip, so you should get a nice check when I complete that flight. Ooh, Cali Simmer. Excellent. Antitrust division of the DOJ is going to have a field day with V1 exec. Oh my goodness. Accurate GPS is similar with the 3000, 5000. That is very cool. If we get hired, what's the snack situation like? You get a cheese product plate and Zaza coffee. When are we buying the first Sovereign? John, we're going to buy it. I think I'm going to buy it tomorrow and do another freaking flight. The reason I'm scared with the Sov is it's not out. So I can't just have it sitting there, you know, not making money. I get PTSD from my former real-world operator. We grounded half the fleet. But we might get one. The Sovereign might be the first jet we actually purchase, and it becomes our own jet. But we got to get the cash flowing. We got a lot of leases. We got what do we say, 150K in leases right now. But the entire fleet is airborne, and if you're still waiting, do not worry. After I conclude this stream, I'm going to get on. I've got my management team that I'm going to get on with, and tomorrow will be a whole new day. So you'll probably have an accepted application if your rep is above 40. If your rep is below 40, try to get it up to 40 before for tomorrow, if you can. If your rep is a 50 or above, you're going to be audited. Consider yourself already hired. I just haven't had time to click it yet. Mickey G just made us 5K. Love it. Can we get Lorna Dune cookies? Those will come on the Falcon 50, Michael Williams. The Falcon 50 will come with Lorna Dunes. John says the Sovereign is just waiting on Microsoft to push the button. So for those of you that were asking, and I said I don't know what the status is of the release. I gotta hit 3,000 here. Go get it. No, go 250. Actually, let's do 230. So John, Dev on the Sovereign says they're just waiting for Microsoft to get the update going. So that is very good news for those of you that are wondering when the Sovereign will release. Matter of fact, we might have a preemptive Sovereign party tomorrow. We may just do a Sovereign JETCARD flight tomorrow. I'm gonna bug Whiskey Throttle for a custom livery for the Phenom, for the 10, and for the Sovereign when it comes out for our JETCARD business. But we're just waiting on Microsoft, so that is awesome news, man. All right, we're back on the path. And those speed brakes are really good. Let's do 210. You can tell we're flying the feds today. We're not being very good aviators. You guys know what FAA stands for, right? Failed Aviators of America. Can't hack it in as an actual pilot, so you join the FAA. I'm kidding. If you're a Fed, I'd love you. Although, I do like this livery. I saw the livery in the hangar. I said it many times. Just classic. November 1, baby. If you ran your company like Ted Christie, you're going to be in trouble. I know, man. I don't think Microsoft pushes updates on the weekends, but any weekday is fair game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't think it would come tomorrow. I just excite me. Look at that. I love like this angle view of the saw right here. Like, because you see this little angle of the chin, and then it's not quite a T-tail. Beautiful, baby, beautiful. Is this a real reg? It is, yeah, November 1. Oh my gosh, I wish I had I don't have it on this computer. I know I have the picture on my home PC. I think I even have it on my Facebook. There was actually a Gulfstream. Was it like an old Gulfstream, I think. It was like a November 1 FAA or something as well. Or no, that might have been a presidential plane. I don't know. I saw a Gulfstream and a Sovereign, I think, with this paint job. G450. Yeah, maybe it is a G450, yeah. There's a little bit of sweep to them. Phoenix Galaxy, but they are highly efficient. That is for sure. It's not the straight Hershey bar like the 550 or the 2 or the 525. .80 Mach that can give you a VREF of 92 knots. See, and that goes underappreciated. I think that is so cool, man. When you talk about, like, you know, even the 10 or the the Global 7500. These jets do an 80 Mach, and then you come in and land at 92 knots. I love that. I love the science, the coolness behind that. You know, you talk about the Global, it's doing like 9.8 Mach in cruise, and then it lands. I don't know what its landing speed is, but when it comes in, the deck angle on that thing is insane. It looks like it's going to stall. But it's just because it's meant to live at high speed, I guess. Alright, 5 for 3. We can actually do this. We're going to activate the approach. Glide path is armed. We're slightly above it. Let's come back to 190 here. Let's get flight recorder up for this one. Alright, flight recorder's up. This is up. We're below the flaps 1 speed already. That can help us slow down a wee bit here with flaps 1. The global can do 108 to 120. Oh, wow. That's impressive, man. The fact that this can do 92 knots is... It's a freaking 172. That can do 80 Mach. It's a 172 that can do 80 Mach. And go to 47,000 feet. I love the Sovereign. Maybe I should preemptively buy like 5 Sovereigns. Right at that flaps 2 speed. 4 for 3. We're right at the flaps 2 speed. Crack a little speed brake in there. Let's start slowing up here. There we go. Flaps 2 coming in. I love the spoiler deployment. Like, this is very... I'm assuming it's just how the real jet works, but see how it's smooth. When you fly default airplanes, and I'm not trying to compare this to a default airplane, but it's something that drives me nuts. When you like touch the speed brake, all the spoilers, all the panels just instantly come up or instantly go down. It's such an immersion killer. You can tell that this is actually simulating the actual deployment logic. For Bravo, we just had a little eyelash switch. Click the switch. Tiny little speed brakes. Bunch of whole honeycomb speed brakes or whatever. Did we accept our landing data? I don't remember. Perf, landing. We did that, we did that, we did that. Landing data, accept landing speeds. Check. Key West is in sight. Yeah, I'm going to get the CJ4 Prodigy, so because I actually enjoy flying that a lot, too, in the sim. Oh, why'd we go V out? Brothers. Go down. Go get it. Go get it. Oh, our altitude is at 3,000. True Fed move. True Fed move. $253, we could actually set 300 with good approach. Set 300 for now. Recordings coming on, sounds are coming up. Enjoy the landing. Here we go. If you lose hydraulic pressure, they slowly stow, but if you're upside down and you lose hydraulic pressure, when they are extended, they actually stay extended because of gravity. Wow. That's an unsat. No, not yet, not yet. I'm not unstable yet. We might be. Gear down. Auto throttle's coming off. I want control. We're gonna have this sucker in. Let's go FMS speed. Autopilot's coming off. We're gonna fly this approach in here. We gotta make up. See, look, we're just stable by 1,000, man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, we're so stable, dude. Unsat. Like reschedule. $1,000 later. All right, flight director's off. Missed approach altitude. We'll set, I think 2,000 is fine. We got to slow down though. I'm over here thinking we're still in the 7.3. We got 45 knots to go here. What's flaps full speed? I think we're below the bug. Yes, we are. Flaps full coming in. Can you do spoilers with flaps full? Ah, look at that. That's so cool. They work. I tell you what, the spoilers work. Thanks for the unset. Or sorry for the unset. $1,000. See you next time. Yeah. Let me know when you're free. All right, we're on speed. We're looking good. Like I was saying earlier, just she's a fingertip airplane. It's so smooth, small corrections here. Let's get a little bit slower. 1 knot or two. This is Key West, so we'll should have plenty of runway. Landing.
Minimums. $200.
Let's drop her down so we can float her to the end, get a nice greaser.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh, baby. Spoilers. Fly the nose down. Reverser's coming up. $60 knots. That brake pedal is a little bit sticky. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Key West. Spoilers are manual, Andre. Manual spoilers, and to get the thrust reversers out, all 3 squat switches must be engaged. So you got to have the nose down, or else you won't be able to pop the TRs. So this is I'm renting this Key West scenery. I rented it for our BBJ stream that I never ended up doing, and I've noticed I get a little bit of a stutter on the ground here, and I don't know if it's because I have it streamed instead of installed like every other scenery I have. Either way, it's beautiful scenery, but I'm probably not gonna keep it. All right, we're gonna put this one to the test. We're gonna shut it all the way down before we go into replay mode. Oh, I forgot my lights. Do that, leave that on. Recogs, pulse. That looks good. We'll get this spooling. Gosh, the sound of it when you click that button, you just hear it drain as it starts up. I didn't know, is this what the real Key West terminal looks like now? I haven't been to Key West since they built that. Because the last time I was at Key West, it was just like this little thing. So, I'm assuming that's realistic, but, I mean... We're going to go in on this ramp here. And let's be careful of our wing of that little citation right there. That looks like a Bravo because it's got the heated edge right there and then the boot. Looks like it could be a Bravo. Gotta look inside. Ooh, what is that thing? Is that a Phenom 300? It's got synthetic vision bump on the nose, doesn't it? Let's park next to that thing. Watch the wingtip here. Yeah, that's some type of Embraer. Oh, that's a Praetor. 500. Looks kind of cool. Park next to it. How do you do? All right, park brake. Whoa, is set. That's coming off. That's coming off. We're gonna put these to stop. Those are coming down. Let's go to ground services. Go ahead and pop the door for me out there. We can hear the spool down. We'll get some bleed air on here as we deplane. That's off. Go to standby and power off. Those are coming off. She's spooling down. Screenshot that. The Praetor is side stick and all? Really? Is there any, can you see the cockpit in these? Probably not. Oh, wow. Look at that. It's, Bredock. It's a Bredock Praetor. Or Captain Sim. Huh. It looks a little too close to realism to be Captain Sim. Alright. Rip ears. Why is everyone going back inside? Alright. Let's... Everything is shut down. We don't need to do anything there. Payload. There, it's all done. Done. We're all done, chat. We are all done. Can we check... everything's good. O2. Nice and top. Got our pressures coming back up. Alright. I love it. Let's do a replay. Sorry for your ears. That's because when you go out to exterior mode, let me show you that option. Notice, not loud, right? Not loud. I'm in drone cam. Watch your ears. Real life loud. This is so you can get a full experience of the sounds without being in drone cam. So you don't have to mess with it. But if you want to change it, here you go. Settings, audio, exterior view volume. By default, I think it's 50. This is at 100. If you wanted to match it, you could turn this down to 50, right? So, but that's just so you don't have to, if you leave it like this, you know you're only going to get ear blasted when you do Shift C, and you're not going to do that in flyby cam, right? So, this is how you make walk around mode realistic. And I love it because if you keep this at 100 and you pop that door when you're shutting down, like you just heard there, I was a little bit late on it. But if you pop the door while you spool down, it actually sounds really, really cool. Kate XO, slight issue. Aspen METAR says broken at 8, field elevation 700, no ILS. I may ball up your citation. Kate XO, hey, you're responsible for checking the weather at JETCARD. You are responsible. All right, let's watch the replay, and then I gotta get out of here because I gotta do some more. JETCARD management stuff. So let's close the door. Watch your ears. Love it. Locked and loaded. Okay, doors are closed. So for replay mode, again, this is every dev's favorite part. I'm going to put that to arm. I don't think it'll toggle. I'm going to put these to run. I'm going to put you to run. I'm going to put the APU off, the bleed air off, and let's just see what happens. Fire in the hole. Freaking perfect. It even has my spoilers out because we were high. We pulled the team vodka. Bagged that possum last night, AJ. I did, brother, but the problem is there's another one that looked kind of freaking cute, and I don't know. So there's another one that I might have to take out tonight. Look, that's from earlier. This is cool. Spoiler. Then I realized I had my spoilers out here, and I stowed them at some point. When we were trying to get down on profile. Iron sights make them less cute. I know, that's the problem. I was looking through a Mark 12. Buying us a CJ4. Yes, I'm going to buy a CJ4, and I'm going to, because that'll open up the light jet category. I got to talk to my management staff in Discord here shortly. So, again, this is going to be a quick replay. Actually, you know, before we go full-blown say goodbye to replay, just like we did with the Phenom recap. So, my final thoughts, you know, when we talk about these two aircraft, the Bizz jet problem, for those of you that aren't familiar, in my opinion, it is a good problem, right? We've got a good problem here with so many Bizz jet options now in Microsoft Flight Simulator and more to come. The Phenom, she fits that role of a light jet very well. Like when we did our 138-mile flight, sub 500-mile flights, I love it. The Sovereign, in terms of just the vibe that you get when you fly it, you feel like you're getting a more premium experience as a passenger. You got a bigger jet, it looks a little bit more luxurious, the performance is a little bit more luxurious, and you're gonna get that sense. The managing of every single static wick element, the detail of opening the doors, the detail in the sounds, all give you that feeling of, it's a weird sense of pride that it's your jet when you're going to go fly it. So that's where it fits there. In terms of flying performance, you're going to get a little bit more range out of this airplane for sure. The handling characteristics, the landing to me is the biggest difference. Like I said, it's a fingertip airplane on approach, I feel like, in the sim, where the Phenom is, it's a little bit more, not manhandling it, but you're a little bit more hands-on. This definitely feels a little bit more fingertip flying, and it's great. It really, truly is. Let's watch those spoilers come up. Yes, yes. Should get the reversals here in a second. Yeah. So, I love it. I think it's going to fit just perfectly in its medium to large BizJet range, or BizJet category. So, super excited for you guys to get your hands on this aircraft. I know I've been loving it. It will be a part of our JETCARD company. Have no doubt about that. Until the next one, though, I want y'all to stay safe, stay healthy, have a great rest of your Saturday. Get that reputation up above 40 if you want to be hired. Today and tomorrow, it is our free-for-all weekend, and we're going to do another JETCARD flight tomorrow just because I can't stop flying this airplane. So enjoy it. Thank you, John. Thank you, Skyward Simulations, bringing a great airplane to the market. Thank you to FS Reborn. We had a great flight in our Phenom 300. There's just a ton. There is a ton to be excited about right now. There is an absolute ton to be excited about in flight simulation. Y'all take care. Stay safe, healthy. I'm V1. SIP!